No?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Georgie. Croeso, pawb, bod da, aelodau. Croeso I gyfarfod Awdurdod Cenedlaethol. Croeso hyfryd a unrhyw aelod o'i cyhoedd sydd yn gwyliau. Welcome members to this last meeting, last National Park Authority meeting before Christmas, and I hope you all stayed safe over the weekend, but it was a bit grim out there, so but welcome to you all. Can I have apologies for absence, please?
Yes, no problem. We have an apology from Councillor Cenedlaethol and also Councillor Michelle Wiggins, who will be slightly late.
Thank you very much, Georgia. To receive any disclosures of interest by members or officers. Rosie, Dr. Plummer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my usual general declaration as a board member of Natural Resources Wales and Chair of its Protected Areas Committee, because there are relationships with some of the items, and on this occasion, simply because we're looking at the Standards Committee appointment, I'm also a Welsh Government Senior Independent Panel Member of Public Servants, so I have a particular interest in the protocols and the generality of post processes to those sorts of posts, and particularly the efforts towards the Welsh Government ambitions for diversity and representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other disclosures of interest? Julie James, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, the candidate for Standards Committee, John Hogg, I served with him on an Environment Agency committee many years ago. Haven't had any contact with him, but I will declare a personal but not prejudicial interest. Thank you.
Julie, any others? Nessa.
Just for item 4724, just for being a member of both the caravan and camping clubs, just for that, or just personal.
Thank you. Nothing more? No? Thank you. I should say we've got a number of members online, but glad to see so many of you here in the room as well. Good. Going on to item 3, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 23rd of October. Hopefully you've all read them. Julie, please.
I'm happy to confirm the minutes, but there are a number of items that weren't included in the action list, which I'll pick up. It's a moot point when we say an officer noted, or it will be included, or a formal letter will be sent by the chair. I would expect that to be picked up and then an assurance given back to us that those actions are completed. But I'll flag those in the next section, Chair, but happy to move.
Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Anybody against? Is there any abstentions? Anybody present? Great. Thank you very much. To note the action log from the previous meeting, so Julie, you might want to come in there in a minute, but we've had some good news on the pay and grading, which we'd all had information, so hopefully we can now take that one off if everybody's happy.
I think this was a review that was going to take place rather than just the update, so that's going ahead, but yeah,
sorry,
no, the update was very welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Rosie.
Just a couple of points. I think on 961, can I encourage that we get dates canvas for next year, calendars, etc. And on 982, I believe we'll propose that one is marked as complete in view of today's presentation, which is full of quantitative as well as qualitative.
If there's anything that you might want to keep on there, we can wait until we've had that presentation, just in case there's anything at all that you might want to carry on with. So, but I mean, happy to take your advice.
Sorry, Chair, just on that one, just to clarify that it was the Visit Pembrokeshire Development Management Plan, not our
destination. I did raise it actually with
destination management plan.
DMP. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. My error.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else got any comments with the last 3 having completed? If everybody's happy, we can take those off the action log. Julie, did you want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't want to be too pedantic, and it's up to Caroline and Georgia to decide, really. But there were at least 3-4 items under the previous minutes, and I'll leave them to look at it after the meeting. Items 9, 11 and 12, where either the officer noted or the officer agreed to incorporate in the policy, etc. I think we need to know whether that's going to be followed up, and we're going to have sorry, a response in the action to say that it has been covered off. And then on item 13, the oh, so sorry, this is why I'm not with you today, because I don't want to share this cold. The item 13, IRPW, which I can't find at the moment, that a formal letter would be raised, and again I would expect a follow-up on the notes of action there. Indeed, the question is, was a formal letter raised by the chair?
I think I did. So I've had a lot going on in the last couple of weeks, but I know I signed a letter and yes, I did. Sorry. So that one's done, Julie.
Great. Well, I'll leave Caroline liaise with me after the meeting on what we include and what we don't, perhaps. So I'm not so pedantic in future. Thank you, everyone.
Do I have any other comments before we move on? Yeah. Okay, thank you. My announcements. It's been a very busy few weeks, actually. Get my bit of paper here. The last weekend has been particularly busy with Storm Dara, and I'm pleased to report that no damage to sites. I believe after when we talked, no, nothing too bad anyway. So pleased about that. Obviously, we had our Welsh National Park Conference in Tenby, which was the titled National Parks for All. It was lovely to see so many of you. I think those that came and attended really enjoyed it and got quite a lot out of it. So thank you to Tenby Town Council for providing us with a bit of a tipple and in their rooms as well one evening, which I'm very grateful. And especially to our staff, Caroline, and especially to Georgia, for the exceptional organisational skills that you showed, and it all ran absolutely smoothly and wonderfully. But I suspect your feet were paddling away like goodness knows what underneath. But no, really, really well organised and ran very smoothly. So well done and thank you. Cloister Awards, which is the Visit Pembrokeshire Awards, we won Best Attraction for Carew Castle. I'm pleased to report. So thank the team for all their hard work there. Well done to them. And I understand they've been put through to the, we only had this yesterday, wasn't it? Visit Wales
Finals. They won
finals.
The South West Wales Regional Best Attraction. So they are through to the finals in March in no.
Yeah, excellent. So that was really good news. Well done to them all. We've also Pembrokeshire Coast National Park has gained the Disability Confident Employer status, so I think that's really great for the organisation. And I don't know if anybody else watched it, but I watched the Children in Need Weatherman Walking with Derek Brockway, and he was showcasing and promoting the park and all it has to offer. It was a really lovely programme actually, and Thomas Jones, our archaeologist, was chatting to him. So just putting that in, it was just nice to see that on mainstream telly, and always good to promote the park. Because we had the Tenby conference, we were unable to attend the National Park Partnerships AGM, the Welsh contingent. So we actually had a separate one, which was rather nice, a couple of weeks later. Basically, we discussed the funding from the private sector and how that's gaining traction, and we were talking sort of about moral, ethical, but if you want to know a bit more about that, I'm happy to discuss further. Attended another CJC and finally got to vote after 2 years of being on the CJC on the strategic development plan, but it actually was only to delay it. due to lack of sort of funding and resources. And then we attended a budget priority workshop. So yes, I waited for 2 years to actually put my hand up. So we met with the chair, Claire Dow, and officers of Friends of Pembroke Coast National Park last week. We talked about partnership working and how that ties in with our management plan. We also explained the challenges that we as an authority are facing. We met online Huron Davis, our Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Climate Change and Rural Affairs. Obviously, the funding was the probably the pressing conversation, and got the impression that there wasn't going to be really very much for the next year, but there may be slight uplift for the following year. Hopefully we'll have to wait and see. We talked about the visitor levy and also how we as an authority might have a say in it, because currently there is no mechanism for us to input into that or to gain out of it rather. I think we're a statutory consultee, but how we actually get something out of that and where that is spent is something that needs considering, and I don't think Deputy is perhaps aware of that. So I think we did a reasonable job there. What else was there? Just for your information, it might be more applicable to the Welsh Government appointees. There's a slight delay in starting the Welsh Government appointee recruitment process. I understand that it was supposed to start by beginning of December, but I think there's a couple of vacancies to fill in really first, so they're doing that, and then hopefully, I'm hoping in the new year that we'll get cracking, but I don't have any more information on that, but it would be quite nice to get that ball rolling. Unfortunately, I missed the WLGA Rural Forum meeting and the National Park UK Chairs and Chief Exec meeting because I think we had DM one day and I had something else on the other. But I think you attended both of those. So if there's anything you want to know about that, then Tegrin will be able to explain. So that's me done. Thank you. Right. Now, we're going to agenda item 6. Of course, I should have said, if anybody wants any further information or discussion about the things I've attended, then please let me know, and happy to have that chat. Right, we'll consider the report of the meetings of the Standards Committee Appointments Panel held on the 31st of July and the 20th of November, page 15 and 16.
Sorry, Di, I did have my hand up. I've got to jump in. It's Rachel here. Just to add something on the CJC, if you don't mind, because I went to the CJC planning meeting and Emma and Sarah was there as well. So just to labour your point a little bit on the plan. So yeah, we voted to delay that as a CJC, but it is quite interesting. I don't know if Sarah does want to add just a little bit so people understand, but it means that plans, not so much will be out of sync, but we could have different plans in different periods, even more than ever before. So we'll be developing our own LDP. Then we don't really know when the regional one will happen, and timings of them could be 6 years in future nationally. There's quite a lot of interesting things going on I took from that meeting anyway, Sarah. So just so people don't overlay the point, but it was what we were left with was quite interesting, or could be in future. And then just to mention, I went to another CJC thing, which was very positive, very interesting, and I can send people a report if they're interested. It was a guest speaker from a university in Tokyo talking about the brain drain.
Oh, okay.
And they've done some fantastic, well, I've never seen figures quite like it. It looked more than the population of Wales, but they'd estimated about 3 to 4 million Welsh people living in working age, now living around the world, and how many were still passionate about Wales, who would still like to work in Wales or invest in Wales. So of course a lot of the local authorities were very interested in this in the CJC forum, but it's quite an interesting read, and they've pulled together a network of people around the world who are, you know, seriously, they were mostly masters graduates, they were highly investment business people. Quite an interesting thing. So if somebody wants that, I can send that on to them. But I found it I found it a fascinating read, I've got to be honest, and presentation. One of the best I've done seen for CJC, I've got to be honest. So
not a high.
Having a guest speaker of that caliber was fantastic. It was really good. So yeah, let me know if you want the report rather than me just send it to everybody. Send me a little email.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Sorry, I didn't realise you'd attended that. So
No, it's all right.
that's really helpful. Yeah,
Good.
thank you. Great. Did you just want to say about the strategic development plan?
I think it ties in with two items that we're considering later. One obviously is our own draft review report, but also the Welsh Government consultation on promoting a resilient and high performing planning service. So Welsh Government take the view that for the planning application side of a planning service that the costs should be covered by fees. But when it comes to developing planning policy, they think that that should be core funded. And the question for local authorities and ourselves as national parks has been around strategic development plans and who funds those. And at the moment, there is no particular funding stream coming from Welsh Government. So the consensus across South West Wales has been that we can't progress with preparing a delivery agreement, because in order to prepare a delivery agreement, you need to know what resources you've got so that you can commit to, we will do this public engagement event here, we will have these members of staff working this way. And that's where the recommendation for the delay has come. As Rachel notes, there are implications then, because in an ideal world, you would have a strategic development plan which set out a regional housing target, and then you would make sure when you did your LDP review or LDP light that you were compliant with that. I suspect that actually our LDP review will probably be through and potentially adopted before we get to that point with the SDP, but it is an important governance being aware of.
I think there's quite a lot of practicalities as well to be considered, because I mean Pembrokeshire County Council, haven't even done their LDPs or completed that, so we're all at different timescales, levels, and so we were talking about that. But thank you for that. Say if there's anything else that anybody wants to discuss, I'm sure Sarah will be able to assist. Okay. Okay, so we'll go on to the report of the Standards Committee Appointments Panel. That's page 15. Everybody happy with that? Sorry, I'll just pick my bits of paper here. Any comments? Rosie, please.
Thanks. Just a couple of points, Chair. Obviously, we've got two sets of, as it were, report minutes here, notes here. I think with the 31st of July, it's obviously unfortunate to get no appointment, and slightly, in my view, surprising, given the sort of breadth of role of Standards Committee. I think it would be helpful, both in that 31st of July and November, to have a sense of, what number of applications there were shortlisted and interviewed, if any, so we have a sort of feel for that. I think in the November one, it's really good to get a recommendation. Thank you. I sort of find it odd, because I'm on the Standards Committee myself, and I understand there's a protocol that Standards Committee members aren't involved in any sense in that recruitment, although I understand for other Standards Committees that's not the case, so it's interesting. I understand why there's a benefit in the sort of independence. But it does feel to me slightly odd that we're given a recommendation approved, but we kind of know nothing about the candidate. So we're obviously accepting simply the recommendation of the panel. And I have no argument with that, but it just feels curious. We know nothing at all about the candidate, or some of us don't. And again, the number of applications shortlisted, was it a good field? So even just a very short brief about the candidate, John Hogg, left-handed, right-handed, this bit of background would be really helpful. So that's just a generic sort of observation.
Okay, thank you. Madeleine.
I too questioned this, Rosie, having been asked to be on the panel and or representing the body, and the feedback from monitoring officer is obviously it's to prevent groupthink and so on, and I think that's entirely sensible, although as you say perhaps other organisations do it slightly differently. But I suppose that's a point that we as an authority do receive recommendations for appointments that actually not all of us have been involved with. So it is a standard procedure, and I suspect that perhaps post approval, then obviously a brief bio should be circulated round, which might be the usual way of doing it. I'm not sure.
I don't have absolutely through you, Chair. I don't have a problem with the principle of segregation at all, you know, but I'm just observing it's different. But it's more that we are then asked to accept that recommendation, but we actually don't have any sense, given that it's clearly now in the public domain, given that standards is particularly things very transparent, some information about that process, number of candidates, etc., and or a very briefest about that candidate who is then named in the papers, feel to me to be appropriate.
Yes, David.
I was going to say, I think it's not the first time this point has come up. So actually, I think we perhaps need to go away, because I think the line of where members get involved is very clear in terms of statutory officers, directors, and standards committee. Actually, it's slightly different, but and I can understand why it's difficult. So whether we have a non-public way of sharing information prior to it, and do it that way. It's always a bit of a balance, putting names in the public domain and information in the public domain, you know, of openness and transparency, but it does have its own issues as well, isn't it? But so if we could probably amend our policies so to provide you with information.
Great,
so
great way, but we put a name in the public domain.
Yeah, we are actually.
Inappropriate, we can't put a little bit more in the public domain at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. We'll
have a look at the couple of policies where it applies.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps that can go on our action log. I'm just going to go to Julie and then I'll come to you, Simon. Julie, please.
Just quickly, I served on standards with Carmarthenshire, so if you have a word with Robert, he'll be able to guide you. I think we had the same system there, but of course we must remember that we need to ask the candidate if they're happy with their details being circulated as well. I think that's always something to bear in mind, whether that obviously not publicly, that Rosie hasn't suggested, but even amongst members, it might just be, as Rosie said, a bio as opposed to, you know, inside leg measurements and etc. etc. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. You will be aware that with the County Council, it has a policy not similar to that of the National Park, where appointments for the Standards Committee of the Council are voted by all members in the chamber, but we have nothing to do with the actual appointment process of those independent members. That's delegated to a appointments panel. So, you know, I don't think this park is out of kilter in that sense.
There we are. Okay. Good. So now we're on to the consider the report of the meeting of the Audit and Corporate Services Review Committee. 31st of July. Any comments? Anybody want to raise anything with Rachel, Mr. Chair, on that one? No? Oh, Rachel?
Yeah, I don't mind coming in. I think the minutes speak for themselves. Of course, we've had another meeting since then, which is why I put my hand up just to update you a bit more, because it feels a bit dated. So the two good news stories in these minutes are that we came out with a better result at the end of the financial year, a positive surplus in year that we didn't expect, so that's worth celebrating. And the IT strategy went to that meeting, so they were two important things. In terms of the next meeting, though, there's a few things probably worth mentioning, which is around risk. So we talked about the risk register, we've updated our approach, and we had a workshop some time ago as a group of all of us as an authority on our risk appetite. But I suspect it might be worth us coming back together to keep the whole board's awareness on risk. And I'm thinking it's probably been a year since we did that, so it's not just audit committee to be aware of some of the higher level risks. I was thinking and reflecting on the NEO's about to do a report on risk, some of their themes coming up, and the governance training we had with Welsh Government as well raised it. So it's probably something worth taking away, Chair and Tegrin, maybe on how we do something for all members, just to be aware of the highest level risks for now, not just audit. And that was it. Unless you want to know that we're meeting with Starry to do a sort of review. Our new internal auditors have been here over years. We're having a meeting with them in about a week or so just to see how things are going. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you, Chair.
Rachel, good. And I've noted that about risk, so we'll put that as an action. Thank you. Agenda item 8, the volunteer forum report, page 29. Any comments? No, we noted that one. Good. Okay. Right, well, we'll move on to the agenda proper. We've got quite a lot on our agenda today, so I'd like everybody to be as succinct as possible, and so we try and keep it reasonably tight, mindful that we've also got a budget seminar this afternoon as well. We will go to report number 4724, page 33, which is the camping and caravan consultation update, and I'm going to pass you over to our strategic policy manager, Emma Gladstone, and Sarah for, well, Emma's first, I think, and Sarah will chip in need be for your presentation. Thank you. Or you're doing it.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, only because Emma has got quite a lot of items coming to this committee, so
Yes, you have.
I thought we'd share things.
There we are.
Even if separately.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Before I begin, I would like to thank a number of people who contributed to the development of the technical papers before you today. I am very grateful to M&S Planning Limited for their assistance over the last year. And I would like to note particular thanks to Sarah Hurst for her work over many years at this authority, developing evidence base around camping and caravanning, which has informed the background papers that have been a key part of this consultation. I'm also hugely grateful to members of the strategic policy team for their work on the consultation this summer, particularly Emma Gladstone and Gail Lister. And I would like to thank Emma in particular for drafting the covering report and the impact assessment that is before you today. I'd like to thank Kate Battrell for her technical advice, and finally also Charles Spellgate from Geldard, the PCMPA legal advisor, for his legal advice on these matters. And I should note that Emma's in the room, and we also have Charles and Kate available on Teams should you have any questions regarding the implications for development management or any particular legal questions. The report before members seeks approval for the introduction of a non-immediate effect Article 4 direction to remove permitted development rights for the use of land for camping, caravans and/or mobile homes for not more than 28 days. The report also seeks approval for officers to prepare voluntary code of conduct working protocol for exempted organisations. The report provides information on the results of the public consultation undertaken earlier this year on a range of potential options around caravanning and camping. The report proposals are supported by the provision of an integrated assessment in Appendix B. This assessment considers the potential impacts with regard to equality, socio-economic duty, Welsh language standards, biodiversity duty and the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. The National Park Authority agreed on the 1st of May 2024 to undertake consultation and engagement on 5 options to manage camping and caravan site developments in the National Park. This consultation followed earlier informal stakeholder discussion sessions held in winter 2023 and 2024. Public consultation and engagement was undertaken over a period in excess of 3 months from 29th of May to 30th of September 2024. In terms of public consultation, notification via email or letter was sent to contacts on the local development plan mailing list, planning agents and those already contacted through meetings and workshops, along with county councillors in the National Park, key stakeholders, known campsites operating under exempted organisations, campsites operating with planning permission and also exempted organisations. On screen you can see one of the events that we went to on the right. That's the Pembroke Show, Pembroke Farmers Show. That's me at the county show. I should know I do have other blouses.
I was just thinking.
But very smart, Sarah.
And as you can see, our press release was picked up by some local press. So an article there noting the consultation. And the Have Your Say on the left, that is the board that we use at the local shows, the county show, promoting the 3 consultations that we've done. So we've got the Cresswell Quay consultation area, the camping and caravan consultation, and also the management plan. As well as that, we held presentation and engagement events online. We held one that was open to anybody, so any members of the public, anybody who fancied attending, and then another specific one which was held for city, town and community councils. Officers also raised awareness of the consultation at the quarterly Pembrokeshire Planning Agents Forum meeting, and respondents were invited to complete a questionnaire online or submit comments in writing via a letter or email. We received in excess of 100 responses to the online questionnaire, and we also received further emailed comments from statutory consultees, other organisations and the public. And in your papers, a report of consultation is attached at Appendix A. So these were the options that we put out for consultation, and the 2 highlighted in green were those that we identified as our preferred options. The main findings of the consultation were to identify that a majority of respondents considered that temporary camping and caravan sites could have a harmful visual impact on the national park's landscape. The majority of respondents also favoured additional controls for camping and caravan development. There was majority support, 61.7%, for the introduction of an Article 4 direction to better manage sites currently operating under the 28-day permitted development rights. There was also majority support for increased engagement with exempted organisations. The option of a wider Article 4 to cover exempted organisations as well as so-called 28-day sites received a very mixed response, with a slightly greater level of resilience at 42% support. To summarise the consultation response, the 2 options identified as the authority's preferred options, that of an Article 4 for 28-day permitted development rights sites and the development of a protocol or code of conduct with exempted organisations, was favoured by the majority of respondents. A broader Article 4 did not have majority support. So what are the current permitted development rights? Under the current legislation, the 28-day rule allows a landowner to use land without having to get formal planning permission for 28 days in a calendar year for a campsite with no caravan. Blocks of land of over 5 acres can be used for up to 3 caravans or motorhomes or caravans for no more than 2 nights for a total of 28 days per calendar year. Blocks of any size can be used for the siting of 1 caravan for no more than 2 nights for a total of 28 days per calendar year. Similarly, mobile homes may be stationed for no more than 2 nights for a total of 28 days per calendar year. Alongside those permitted development rights are specific exemption certificates. These are certificates issued by Welsh Government, and we have a range of organisations across England, Scotland and Wales operating. So those in Wales have a certificate issued by Welsh Government, those in England rely on British Government. There are controls around this. I'm aware that some members have had correspondence in the last couple of days suggesting that our suggestion that the Public Health Act restriction applies to these sites is not correct. Just for clarity on this, the Public Health Act does impose a restriction for use for up to 60 days per calendar year, with no more than 42 consecutive days. However, a further exemption can be introduced by Welsh Government and does apply to some certificates, so just for the avoidance of doubt. The critical thing here is that we are not seeking through this Article 4 to introduce any controls on exempted organisations or to change the Public Health Act in any way. What we're seeking to do, and the preferred option that was supported through the consultation, is to develop a protocol or code of conduct to help share best practice. And we've got really good examples that are already operating in the National Park. So the Outdoor Charter and the Marine Code have been very successful in raising standards and also allowing those operators who operate within them to use that as a little bit of a marketing tool. So to say, you know, we're meeting these standards, and that's a really positive thing. So we're not looking at an Article 4 that would control exempted organisations. We are looking at one that would impact on the 28-day sites. And instead, what we would like to do is work with exempted organisations and Welsh Government to raise best practice and identify certain protocols that would apply to sites operating within these exemption certificates. So why have we undertaken this consultation, and what are the issues with the current situation? Those of you who've been on the authority for a while and perhaps were involved with the previous LDP will have seen some of the landscape capacity information that was published as part of that evidence base, showing that whilst there are opportunities within the National Park for campsites to be developed, that we do have some locations where, because of the nature of a very sensitive and often exposed landscape, that we consider it is at in terms of opportunity. There is an issue under the current permitted development rights that there is no consultation with, for example, the highways team. There is no consultation with sewage suppliers. So there is the risk of an overburdening of infrastructure. There are also issues around potential water quality and potential for camping sites to be located in remote areas that might give greater numbers of people instant access to very sensitive locations. We have had complaints from operators of sites who have planning permission and site licenses saying, you know, we're having to work to all of these standards and rules, and actually we're being undermined by people, and some of them are working, you know, to high standards, as we mentioned, but some of them are not. And there's also a lack of opportunity for public engagement or consultation on the 28-day sites. We've, as part of the background paper, highlighted the high numbers of sites that have used permitted development rights to suggest that they are operating legitimately, and then have later applied for a certificate of lawful use. And we have a significant number of sites that have gained planning permission in that way, to the extent where we feel that this is a problem that is potentially undermining the planning system in parts of the National Park. So what is an Article 4? And there is, I think, a lot of misunderstanding around an Article 4. People assume that it means that you're banning something, and that is not the case. An Article 4 doesn't mean that you can't do something, but critically, it does mean that you need to apply for planning permission, and that's a really, really important distinction. Under the legislation, Article 4 of the 1995 order allows the National Park Authority, if it is satisfied that it is expedient that any permitted development rights should not be carried out unless permission is granted for it on an application, to give a direction that the permission granted by Article 3 shall not apply. The Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order 2022 Wales amended the procedures for making, varying or withdrawing any direction made under paragraph 1. Article 4.1 directions can be made with or without immediate effect. And as I noted at the beginning, we're looking at one that would not have immediate effect, to enable people to have sufficient time to respond and decide what they would like to do next. So there are various options available to people if they want to. They can either apply for planning permission, or they could look at joining an exempted organisation. So those would be the two routes available. Critically, when you introduce an Article 4 direction, you cannot charge a planning fee for something that would have been permitted development rights. So we wouldn't be charging a planning fee. So that sort of barrier isn't there in this case. The confirmation of an Article 4 direction does not prevent planning permission being issued, but does require planning permission to be sought for all proposals within a certain category. So who else have done this? Now, I'm hugely grateful to both Swansea City Council and New Forest National Park Authority officers for spending some time with officers of this authority talking through their experiences. Swansea have had this in place for Gower since 1977. They have a wider Article 4 that includes exempted organisations. The New Forest National Park originally introduced this in 2022, only in relation to 28-day rule sites, as we are doing, not in relation to exempted organisations. Interestingly, in England, they changed the legislation from 28 days, increased the number of days. So the New Forest went through this process twice and actually just reinstated the Article 4 for their area when the UK government changed that as it applied to England at that time. But interestingly, talking to Swansea about Gower, they've helped share examples of their planning permissions that they issue, standard conditions. And I said, are you refusing many of these? And they said we can't actually remember one that we've refused. But what it does allow us to do is to look at things like siting. It allows us to consider neighbours. It allows us to really take on board local issues here and put sufficient controls in place. So that was very interesting to hear. In the New Forest, their experience was that a number of sites moved into the exempted category. So when we were talking about, we would like to do sort of a two-way approach on this, and we would like to develop a best practice approach with exempted organisations. As officers, they said that's very sensible from their perspective, because they think one likely result is that a number of people move to join an exempted organisation. And we know that we've got some really good exempted organisations operating who manage their sites really well, but we have some who maybe could do with a little bit of learning from some of those best practice examples. So, what sort of timetable are we looking at if we adopt the recommendations today? Article 4 direction, the date of execution, if it's voted today, would be today, with a notice given. We wouldn't publish that notice until January, and the thinking behind that is obviously that we don't want to be publishing that over Christmas, where people would be distracted. So we want, in terms of transparency and best practice, we would publish that in January. That would run, and then we would come back either in March or May, depending on volume of response and how much it takes us to how much time it takes us to look at those in March and May. Members at that meeting would be able to consider the formal representations received and determine whether or not to confirm. And if confirmed, the notice of confirmation would be given along with the date of the direction taking effect. We are suggesting that the Article 4 direction would take effect the 1st of January 2026. And as I said, the reason that we've looked at the non-immediate approach really is to allow people who might be impacted sufficient time to get planning permission or to talk to us about options. So that's the thinking behind that fairly lengthy timetable. So coming to the end, in terms of the recommendation before members are asked to approve the making and publicising an Article 4 direction to remove permitted development rights for 28-day rule campsites with non-immediate effect, as set out in the background paper Appendix C. They are asked to approve officers preparing a code of conduct working protocol with exempted organisations, as set out in the background paper Appendix C. the stage 2 integrated impact assessment in Appendix B, Part 1 and Part 2 to be published simultaneously for information. And a report of consultation is attached at Appendix A, together with a draft notice and article for direction and Appendix D, and a working protocol which would allow officers to fast track applications submitted following the article for direction is set out at Appendix E, together with an advice note which we would intend to publish for applicants at Appendix F. Thank you very much, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah, and a huge piece of work. So well done to everyone involved, and I'm always impressed that this organisation does consultation so well. So well done for that. I'm going to go to Simon first, and then Rosie, please.
Okay, I couldn't concur with you more, Chair, that this has been, you know, the amount of work gone into this is extraordinary, and it's been such a professional piece of work. It's so comprehensive. The consultation itself has been so overreaching. It's a model piece of work of how to undertake something. So congratulations to all the officers for doing such a splendid piece of work. I just want to ask a question. In the consultation reports which are appended to this, there's a consultation response from Pembrokeshire County Council. I just wanted to ask your response about displacement. I think that's one of their concerns. I'm personally absolutely in favour of the recommendations, but I'm just seeking your views as to the neighbouring planning authority as to what impact it could have on the council's planning jurisdiction area.
So obviously when we published the consultation, we included the 5 options. And I think that if we had chosen the option that was broader, that included exempted organisations, I think displacement with that option could have been a real concern, because if exempted organisations couldn't operate in the national park, they would have gone looking for sites elsewhere. Because we are looking at a more limited Article 4, which is simply around the 28-day rules, that only applies to land within the national park, and you can't pick up a block of land and move it. So I think with the options that we're going for, I think that we're managing that risk. So I think it's a very low likelihood of displacement because of the more limited Article 4 that we're looking at. And I know, having spoken to officers both at the planning team and also for public protection, that they're very happy to commit to working with us on protocol for organisations, and hopefully that would be a pan-Pembrokeshire protocol. I mean, ideally we'd like it to be a Welsh one, actually, but we'll start with Pembrokeshire.
Utopia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosie, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, absolutely echo it. You know, it's exemplary piece of work. There's no question that it follows on from the workshop that we had, which drew on Sarah Hurst's long experience and really well illustrated with the invaluable case studies and the track record that we've got on which we're basing the foundation, taking this matter forward. Very convincing. I think that the responses are really interesting. I'm certainly very supportive of the way the public consultation's gone forward. I'm very happy to support the 4 recommendations if that's where we get to. I'm also supportive of the code of conduct and the working protocol. The question I have in my mind, we know how really difficult these almost flying sites can often be. And so it's really how we take forward the implementation in due course, and whether we are in a position to be able to put in, a sensibly stepped ladder of enforcement, which is clearly, advisory through the processes up to prosecution, should that need to be ultimately the case, but that we don't shy away from that, and have we got the resources to be able to implement this?
Yeah, so very pleased that we now are fully resourced on the enforcement side, and we did introduce a new member of staff last year who is supporting the enforcement officers and also working on conservation area and historic buildings work, she's been an invaluable addition to our core enforcement officers. Later on in the agenda, we've got a consultation from Welsh Government on planning fees. And one of the things that they are suggesting is a doubling of retrospective planning fees, with the aim that that will bolster enforcement specifically. So although there won't be a fee for these applications, I think if those wider changes are enacted, then that will put us on a very positive footing overall in terms of our enforcement going forwards. I think we have sufficient in place at the moment to implement this and to monitor those. And obviously, you know, members will be aware that there is set out by Welsh Government approaches that you take to enforcement, and you very much seek to resolve and encourage retrospective planning applications, firstly where those can be supported. So we absolutely don't dive into the most severe cases.
It was really just that we will of course take that process, but we equally won't shy away from applying it where we need to, in order to make sure that we're properly capitalising on this for the benefit of the beautiful environment which we are charged with having responsibility for. Can I just check with that the planning fee question? I absolutely understand there's no fee for these. Would that be the case even if they were retrospective? Just checking on that, because it's
yes, I'm going to ask Charles, but I believe that it would be the case if they were retrospective. Charles would be grateful if you could come in on that point.
I don't know the answer to that question immediately. It's a bit niche, but I will look it up and maybe we could come back to it.
Man, I've worked hard to find something. Thank you, Jazz.
Okay, Kate, please.
Morning. Sorry, could Rosie just repeat the question so I'm sure I heard it properly?
Sorry, it was just clearly the applications for these will not be subject to a fee. However, because of the change of fee legislation that's being proposed later for retrospective fees, I just wondered whether this might be there might be a catch up there potentially if these applications were retrospective. Simply asking.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I think it's important to clarify that if the campsite was asking for more than 28 days, that would always have needed a fee and will still need a fee going forward. It's only the ones who would have been permitted development for up to 28 days that wouldn't need a fee. If they were retrospective, they may be looking to submit what's called a certificate of lawfulness application to establish that it had been lawful, rather than a retrospective application. I would hope that most of them coming through now at this stage would actually be asking for consent rather than trying to establish that they had been lawful for a number of years. With campsites, they may have to evidence that they had, say on an over 28 day, they'd have to put in the evidence to show that they had been used seasonally for more than 28 days in each year to be able to establish that. And the fee for that is the same as the planning application fee would be. So whether that's caught by the new fees being introduced, yeah, I'm not sure on the answer to that.
We'll wait for Charles to come back on that one, hopefully, and perhaps let us know. Thank you. Madeline, please.
Diolch, thank you, Di. As when we had our first discussions about this, there were a couple of things that really struck me. The aspect of giving greater control over some of the sites and particularly the impact on the landscape is obviously critical, but also making it a level playing field with those sites who are doing the right thing and have applied for permission and are providing really high standards. So, and it's those two that have come through, I think, in the consultation responses very strongly. It's also the experiences that we've had that the team have garnered from other authorities that have introduced this. And for me, those are really, really strong points in favour of taking this forward. The whole process, again, I think has just reinforced my thinking in that, and I'm really, you know, we've had the thanks to the team, but it's been a very long time coming, this piece of work. It hasn't just been the last year. As you say, Sarah Hurst and the previous team that we've had have been working on this for such a long time. I think that evidence base has really stood us in great stead. So it's Emma and the team that have taken it forward now and got us to this point, and the extraordinary amount of information that's available is really, really helpful, and the assessments that have been done is really helpful. But we know that it's based on the reality that we're facing. So it isn't a question, it's just a point I want to make about people very often say that consultations are a tick box exercise. I don't think this has been that. We've taken a very wide range of opportunities to get feedback, and we have responded. We've clearly got support for what's being suggested. We clearly didn't have support for going any further, and I think that's absolutely right, because it would be quite tempting to say, let's just do it on blanket and so on. And from the information you've given us now in response to other questions, Sarah, the fact that really we're going to be working very closely with PCC to get a joint approach to this in terms of the code of conduct, I think will benefit the whole of the county so much. So I'm delighted that we've got to this stage now, and I'm very happy to propose that we take the officer recommendation, all 4 aspects forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Madeline. Rachel, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation and echoing everybody's comments already on the work here. It's huge. I just wanted to ask about the practicalities of implementation, and Rose has already touched on the enforcement side, so I won't go into that again. It's more the application stage was the other bit of the question for me, because they could be coming in annually for this in a bit of a peak time potentially. And they want the decision quite quickly. So I just wondered how that works with our current sort of targets and SLAs, or whether we would have something slightly different for this, a bit of an express service. I don't know. Your thoughts on that? Because of course you've got to balance up the decisions being the right ones, the quality decisions like we've talked about already, but we could affect the businesses if we're not doing it at a speed. And then it led me to my next question, which was, to what extent do we think we would be doing this annually, or that there is probably an incentive to give them, you know, planning for 3 years, 5 years and that sort of thing. But of course, the other flip side of that in my mind was, oh, they'll start to put even more permanent fixtures and fit things out because they've got this sense of stability and permanency. So yeah, a bit conflicted in my own mind how that will actually work in the long term if we're trying to manage our workload and their burden as well. So be interested in your thoughts on that one both. And then the other one, which is a slightly different comment, is the annex on the Welsh language impact assessment, page 141. It feels a bit light for me. It could do with a little bit more before it's published. Even if it says nobody made any particular comments of that kind, or we didn't have any Welsh responses, or nobody said anything about Welsh linguistic sensitive areas or something, it just feels a little bit, yeah, there's less in there than I'd expect to see. A few more things we could put in. Let me know if you want to have a quick chat offline rather than detail on it now, but yeah, it doesn't tell you much as a reader for people who are really interested in that sort of thing.
Thanks, Rachel. Sarah, are you able to back to Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for those. In terms of the express service, we've attached a note at Appendix E, and also an advice note at Appendix F. So we would be seeking to fast track applications submitted that would have been permitted development. I very much hope that we will be able to give planning permissions for longer than 1 year, and in most cases I think we could look at longer permissions. The risk around that encouraging perhaps more permanent structures could be mitigated through use of planning conditions. So when we spoke with Gower, they were very helpful in giving us some examples of the types of conditions that they've used, that they've been able to operate successfully with, and that seemed to be working quite well for them as a model. So I think that's probably the approach that we take. I think the length of permission, it would depend on you know, the particular circumstances of the site. But we would assess that probably on an individual basis. But I very much hope that we would be able to give, you know, 2-year, 5-year permissions that would mean that people were not having to apply every year.
Thank you. Okay, Rachel.
Would it be a good time for you to come back on the fees?
Sorry, I'm just going to say it is a bit of a dilemma, isn't it? It is going to be a balance. I think it's going to depend how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, I think it will encourage more permanent structures myself, but yeah, which is a balance. Thank you. The Welsh language one, Sarah, we can take offline. It's okay. Charles wants to come in, I think.
We'll have a look and we'll come back to you, Rachel, on the Welsh language assessment.
Thank you. Sorry, Charles, would you like to come back in?
Yeah, it was only in relation to fees. I've had a bit of a look at that, and it's not entirely clear, but I think this working assumption should be that if somebody were to make a retrospective application, then they would be fee exempt if the Article 4 direction was in place. So it's not just planning applications in advance of the development, but retrospective applications as well would be fee free.
Okay. Thank you.
No disincentive.
Dr. Hancock, please.
I'm totally in agreement with this policy. I agree with the 4 recommendations. I know Madeline, I believe, proposed it, so I'm happy to second the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? I've got a couple. So just for, I think the communications is key on this, isn't it? To explain if you've done something all the time and you're not aware of the changes, then somehow there's quite a big piece of work for me for that. And also about reviewing how this goes. How quickly should we review it? You know, so have you got any suggestions as to how you might do that to make sure it's achieving what we want it to achieve?
Yeah.
And it's also acceptable to those who are trying to provide service and
yes,
out there?
I think I believe that planning at the moment is being picked up under the audit committee. So I think potentially bringing in, or we, you know, if members wanted, we could bring it back to NPA so that it's full members. I would think potentially a year after implementation would be a good time to look at, you know, how many have we had in as applications, you know, what's been happening on the ground. So I would suggest we're looking at 1st of January 2026 for implementation, though it would be January 2027 for a report back around sort of the experience of the first year would be my suggestion. In terms of the communication side, absolutely agree. And I think we will be hoping to work really effectively with elected members, town and community councils, the exempted organisations themselves, and also the network of planning agents in Pembrokeshire, really to try and get those messages out to landowners who might be impacted. And you know, although we normally have a pre-application charge for people who would be impacted, we'll do that free of charge because we wouldn't be charging a planning fee for the application. So just to offer that reassurance as well, if people want just to have a chat, they can do that.
Yes, because that cost is going to have an impact, isn't it? So that needs to be considered as well, considering our sort of financial situation too. So Rosie, thank you.
Just to pick up on that review question, absolutely, you know, a first year operation after that first year, how's it going? But actually, is it achieving what we want to achieve? Is more like a 3-5 year review, isn't it? I mean, it'll probably be into the long grass from my perspective, but mainstream for you, Sarah. And Charles.
I think also we've got the LDP review as the next item. Looking at how Swansea have approached it, they've got a very specific policy in their plan that applies to what would have been the 28-day sites, and so we may want to look at something similar as part of our LDP review.
Thank you.
Thank you, but I'm just
Good
thinking
answer.
on the comms side, we can start that more or less straight away as well, can't we, after?
We our comms team are very aligned to that.
Oh, Charles, thank you.
Yeah, just to continue the theme of review, it's probably worth pointing out to members that it is possible for the Welsh ministers to keep this Article 4 direction under review as well. The way the procedure works, we have to notify them of the making of the Article 4 direction, and they can seek to sort of step in and make an order either withdrawing or varying that direction if they choose to, and they can continue on with that process into the future as well, even after it's been implemented and takes effect. So there is a sort of handbrake on our activities and an oversight. The order itself will be of no surprise to the Welsh ministers. I've been involved in some meetings with officers and them, so there's no particular issue there, but it's to point out that really there are other review mechanisms in play as well here.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you. I am aware that we've had a proposer from Madeline and a seconder from Simon. Do I have any other questions before I go to the vote? No? Okay, so if everybody's done, then all those in favour, please raise your hands. I think that's, yeah. Any against? Any abstentions? Okay. Thank you very much, members. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Sarah. But it's back to you, Emma, for report number 4824. You're earning your money today, aren't you? Unfortunately. It's with a lot here for you on the draft review report of local development plan LDP2. So thank you.
On that note, Chair, I'll leave the meeting as I'm not involved in this, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you.
Yes, Borda. Good morning, members. So, the strategic policy team have been undertaking a full review of the adopted local development plan, which is presented to members, and we are seeking approval then to undertake consultation on the review. Just provide some sort of brief background really on the authority's local development plan 2, or LDP2 as we refer to it short. So the LDP is a statutory plan, so all local planning authorities in Wales are required to prepare a local development plan for their area. In terms of the national parks adopted LDP2, this was adopted on the 30th of September 2020. I think it's just worth the authority noting that whilst there is now full LDP coverage in Wales, the National Park Authority is one of just 4 authorities in Wales that has an adopted second LDP. So the LDP is a spatial development plan for the National Park. It covers a 16-year period from 2015 to the end of 2031. It contains a growth strategy to deliver 60 homes per annum and it identifies land then to deliver that housing. It's got a spatial strategy that identifies the most suitable places for development, and it seeks to direct development then to the most sustainable places. We've got Tenby as the main service and tourism centre, St David's, Saundersfoot and Newport are identified as local centres, and then we have a number of rural centres, and then outside of that we've got countryside where we have strict protection on development. And then there's a number of policies then on employment, development, town centres, landscape protection, camping, caravaning, renewable energy, etc. So all planning decisions are required to be made in accordance with the LDP and Future Wales unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The LDP must be kept up to date and we are required to undertake a full review then no later than 4 years from adoption, and we commenced that review in September, and we've prepared then the review report which is before members today. So just to note though, actually Sarah's got this in as a future sort of item, that the current Welsh Government consultation promoting resilient and high performing planning service, they are proposing to actually extend the review period from 4 years to 6 years. However, we are still under the regulations which requires the full review every 4 years. So we're required to comply with that. So as the 4 year period has taken place since adoption, we are now undertaking the full review and we seek to submit the review report then to Welsh Government within 6 months, so by the end of March. And we are seeking then approval to undertake consultation on that draft review report. As a bit of an outline, this is what the review report sort of content and structure looks like. So it summarises key findings from 3 annual monitoring reports that have been prepared since adoption of LDP2, the latest of which was presented to members in September this year. And the AMR indicators show that the LDP is performing well. The review report outlines a number of contextual changes. We've had Brexit, we've had COVID-19 and conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, and there have been a number of key changes at the national, regional and local policy and legislation, which are outlined in the review report. There's also a full review then of each sort of plan topic area, identifying what needs to change and what parts of the evidence base need updating. There's detail on environmental impact assessments, so the essays, sustainability appraisal, strategic environmental assessment, habitats regulation assessment and impact assessments are outlined in the review report. Welsh Government requires us to explore and explain opportunities then for preparing joint local development plans with neighbouring authorities and increase cross-boundary working. And it also provides clear conclusions then on whether a short form or a full revision procedure is to be followed. A short form revision process is one where there's limited or focused changes to be made to a plan, where normally they're limited to sort of one policy and do not impact on the overall strategy. A full revision procedure then is where a full replacement plan with a new strategy would be prepared. Just in conclusion then, the key findings and key conclusion from the review report is that we do seek to identify and undertake a full revision procedure with a full replacement plan being prepared, and that is then to ensure conformity with Future Wales, which is the National Development Plan, which was published in 2021 by the Welsh Government. We need to reassess the settlement hierarchy because that was informed previously by the Wales Spatial Plan, which was revoked in 2021 upon publication of Future Wales. And officers then will carry out a survey of available services and facilities to inform a suitable settlement hierarchy and guide development to the most sustainable locations. We would need to consider a new growth strategy for the plan to be informed by the latest Welsh Government projections. The 2021 based projections from the census are due out next year. They would form the basis alongside taking account of economic opportunities, including Freeport, look at evidence of affordable housing needs in the national park, consider the wellbeing plan for Pembrokeshire and urban and landscape capacity alongside a whole range of socio-economic and environmental considerations. We would need to explore opportunities to maximise affordable housing and identify affordable housing led sites. We need to ensure that the plan will respond to the climate and nature emergencies which have been declared since sort of preparation and adoption of LDP2. And we could consider then the viability of requiring zero carbon market homes and the impact that might have on delivering housing. There have been significant changes to Planning Policy Wales, so we're now required to consider suitable local policies to control second homes and short-term lets. That could impact on the strategy of the plan, and there have been latest changes regarding green infrastructure, securing net benefit for biodiversity, etc. need to be taken into account. Future Wales has a town centre first policy, which can be reflected in policy. It's got a more permissive approach to allowing multifunctional town centres. We need to review landscape sensitivity and also update evidence from the strategic flood consequences assessment and latest flood map planning. So we're seeking approval then to undertake consultation on the review report for a 6-week period commencing in January. We'll then consider the responses, report back to NPA in March and submit the review report then to Welsh Government by the end of March. Following that, we would then prepare a timetable subject to agreement, setting out a timetable for preparation of a replacement LDP, which would be likely if we went for full revision procedure over a 3.5-year timeframe. But it's worth noting though that LDP2 remains the adopted development plan until replaced in the future by a replacement plan. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Emma, as always. Thank you. Rosa, please.
Thank you. Yes, again, a very thorough report capturing all the aspects 5-year appropriate. I just think it's really interesting for us to look back and consider the context of the changes in what seems to be actually a relatively short time. You know, some pretty significant stuff. You know, you mentioned the COVID, Brexit, Ukraine, etc., and the climate and nature emergency. Rafts of legislation and planning. Gosh, you know, I didn't actually think they'd churn them out that fast, but amazing. I think it shows us what a dynamic world we live in. And that's been, you know, illustrated very starkly by things like the storms that we've just had. And the impacts of those, we think of our landscape as kind of immutable, our coastlines, but actually, you know, the impact on coastlines and flaps and woodland, very significant, you know, in a short space of time. There's another context too, in that NRW is undertaking an All Wales landscape assessment at the moment, but in a sense partly prompted by, you know, the new prospective national park in North East Wales, but then stretching more widely across Wales. I think clearly the recommendation for public consultation, and we've shown with the previous item that that is absolutely what we do well, I think, and we believe in. And I'm entirely content to support and therefore to propose the 2 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Madeline?
Just a technical point. If we go for the full revision, which is obviously your recommendation, and I think is clear, the sensible option, do we then go through exactly the same process as the full LDB2, which is therefore going through the public and inspectors investigation and so on?
Yes, so in both the short form and the full revision, you go through a process. The difference is that the full revision goes through, you've got your delivery agreement, then you've got your first strategy consultation, then you've got deposit consultation, then submission to Welsh Government and the examination process, and then hopefully adopted at the end. The difference with the short form is it goes straight into deposit consultation, so it misses out the third strategy consultation, so that's where it's sort of slimmed down slightly, but that's where you've got to make sure you've got no changes to your strategy, otherwise you could be at risk of legal challenge there because you've missed out that stage. So I think short form would be probably 2.5 years, full revision about 3.5 years.
The examination in public is a really important part of this, and it was my introduction to the organisation. We were just going through that stage, and I went and sat in a couple of them, which was fascinating, I felt, but so important to allow the full engagement again. And it's something that I say to people a lot, is that you've got to engage in the process to feel, you know, to be part of the process. And I think clearly that's really helpful for me to know that it's the whole process that we're suggesting. So thank you very much, Emma. But again, all I can do is encourage people to get properly engaged in this, and the timetable you've given, I think, allows that.
One discussion we have with friends, wasn't it, when we're talking about partnership? It takes two to engage, but thank you. Thank you, Madeline. Rachel, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things from me. I agree, it's important to keep the momentum on this, isn't it? So it's right that we're doing it now. But as I mentioned in the Chair's announcements piece, you know, there's still a lot going on. So the paper itself shows there's a lot going on, but there's a lot to come in future as well, which does risk putting this off kilter a little bit if we do have even like a big UK planning reform or something that they've just announced and things like that. So to be mindful of that, but I think we're right to get going and do it. There were just 3 sort of, I'm saying substantive comments, but things that I thought of along the reading. One was on the lighting, which was on page 31, and you might advise me it doesn't go there and it sits somewhere else anyway. You know, it might be my silly question. But on the lighting, it talks a lot about the visual impact of it and the design. But I did wonder about the impact on wildlife, and that's something that comes up when we talk a bit, and whether it's worth at least putting a line in on that at this stage to keep that open. I think we'll learn more and more about that and how we might need to mitigate more. with these big, large glass designs in future. Day and night, actually. So that struck me as a question, but you might have tackled it or thought about that, or it might be the wrong place, but it was on page 31, I noticed it. Where was the second one? I think it was page 33. Give me a second. Oh yeah, page 33. It was the Welsh language again on policy 13. It's okay, but it feels a little bit lackluster, that one. It feels it doesn't really reflect the Welsh language standards. I know you're talking about the change of legislation to the Welsh language standards, but it reads a lot like the Welsh Language Act of 93 to me. So it doesn't really reflect that promotion and facilitating the use and what you could do about it. It's a bit processy and descriptive, if you like. So it does lack a bit of luster of what we're going to do in all cases for planning, but in particular in the Welsh linguistic sensitive areas. So what is our policy around that? And it can be more than just asking people to do language impact assessments, you know, yeah. So that one lacked a bit of luster for me. And oh, the last one was right at the end then, page 66, on collaborative working. I thought perhaps we ought to mention CJCs directly. I think it is there, it talks about regional working and things. We probably should talk about CJCs and just possibly even mention the time lags of different plans, you know, carefully, but to acknowledge it. Because if they do bring something in regionally, how do we handle that? So yeah, those are the three things from me. Happy to take any sort of response from you.
No, thank you very much. That's really constructive and really helpful. Thank you. We'll make those changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emma.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've had any other comments? I've had a proposal from Rosie. Do I have a seconder? Madeline, do I have any other comments, or I'll go straight to the vote? No, so I'll take you back to the recommendation that the review report is approved for public consultation and give delegated authority to the Director of Place and Engagement to make minor amendments necessary to the review report prior to consultation. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I think that's unanimous. Yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you, members. I think unless we'll do one more item, I think. You want a break? No. Yeah.
He's got on call.
Okay, right. We'll have it's 25 past 11. I was going to do one more item, but we'll just hang on for 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes long enough. Yeah, and we'll meet back at 11:30. So, all right. Hopefully, you have time for a quick drink and a break. Thank you.
you doing this one, Sarah? Yeah.
Just checking.
My brother's daughter.
I blame this.
Maybe I.
Are we live? Oh, we're live. Apparently. Thank you. Thank you, members. Good. Quick comfort break and back on it. So report number 4924, promoting a resilient and high performing planning service consultation on page 281, and over to the Director of Place and Engagement, Sarah Morris. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. This report sets out information on a current Welsh Government consultation in relation to planning and resourcing. It sets out the main issues identified and a recommended response. The report seeks agreement with delegation to be granted to myself to submit a full response on behalf of the Parc Authority. Responses are due by the 17th of January 2025. Given the significance of the content of this consultation, it was considered helpful to outline the main matters within the document to members so that they have the opportunity to identify any areas or items that they would wish the response of the authority to focus on. There are 4 main matters identified in the consultation as mechanisms to improve the resilience and performance of planning authorities. These are firstly, increasing planning application fees. Secondly, measuring and monitoring the performance of planning authorities by reinvigorating and reintroducing the performance framework. Thirdly, supporting the resilience, capacity and capability of local planning authorities through skills retention, bursaries and apprenticeships. And fourthly, improving resilience and resources by corporate joint committees through shared service delivery, planning skills hubs and extending the local development plan review period. In relation to the first part of the consultation, this was the part that Planning Officers Society Wales got very excited about when we had an update from Welsh Government. There has been significant concern from heads of planning across Wales that because the last fee update took place in August 2020, that many of us have been operating in a position where actually the fees coming in have not been reflecting the cost of service delivery, and that's been a significant concern for some time. In order to adjust for inflationary pressures alone, as the last fee update took place in August 2020, just to account for inflation since then, we would need 23% fee increase, which is quite sobering, and I think really does reflect what many people are experiencing day to day in terms of inflationary pressures. So seeing an attempt to move forward on this is hugely welcome. In terms of the approach, Welsh Government have noted that historically fee increases have not kept up with inflation, and POSU have asked that Welsh Government look at a mechanism that allows not a sort of immediate reaction and an update every 5 years, but something that tracks each year. So one of the very welcome elements proposed within this consultation is that there would be an annual update that was tied to inflation, so that local planning authorities weren't continually playing catch up in terms of fees, that those were updated annually across Wales. So that element is very, very helpful. Welsh Government have also used some historic research to look at each fee for each planning application type and work out what full cost recovery would look like for that fee type. And overall, most applications require fee increases ranging from 3% to 225% to meet full cost recovery. As part of the consultation, Welsh Government have suggested a number of changes, and in some cases they are suggesting that we need a full cost recovery pathway. So rather than an immediate move to full cost recovery, they're suggesting that in some cases we take 3 years or even 5 years to get to a point where full cost recovery is in place. They suggest that this is necessary to avoid adverse impacts on those submitting planning applications, particularly on development types such as householder applications. I've included in your report an example of how this would operate for a householder application. Now, householder is any form of sort of minor amendment that you're making to a single property. So it might be an extension, it might be a new porch. It's one of the most common types of planning application that we deal with. You can see in terms of the full cost recovery target, the variable fee would be £585. The 2020 fee that we're currently operating on is £230. The 2020 fee plus in favour of inflation, so the 23% increase would be £283. But rather than jumping in year one to a £585 fee, they are suggesting a gradual approach. So £383 in year one, £494 in year two, and then finally moving to £585 in year three. Now, when this was discussed with Planning Officers Society Wales, some head of planning said, well, why are you asking local planning authorities to subsidise private individuals' gain for a longer period of time rather than moving to immediate full cost recovery? So I felt that that was a really important question to ask members. Admittedly, those increases are substantial. So going from a £230 fee to a £585 fee for a householder application is a significant jump. But we are talking about, you know, sometimes when you're doing an extension, something that might be costing tens of thousands of pounds. So in that context, it's less significant. And really there's a question for members that I would appreciate your views on how we respond to that element of the consultation. And I think that's a key question for us to think about.
Can we keep chatting at this time?
Can do if you want to.
Just wondered.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I did wonder if it's benefiting taking each element at a time.
Asking questions on each one.
Happy to do that. Shall I, do you just want to, I'll tie up on fees and then take questions on fees and then move on? Yeah. So there are some changes to fee categories, and I've mentioned the most notable of these is the doubling fee for retrospective planning applications. And I know this is something that's come up in the Development Management Committee on a number of occasions. And the mood music that I took from that was that people were very supportive of us having a retrospective double fee, but would again appreciate member comments on that. Welsh Government are consulting on whether or not there should be a charge for making a planning appeal. Now, historically, that has been £0 on the basis that if you want to challenge an LPA decision, there shouldn't be a cost that might be prohibitive to you for doing that. However, obviously there are costs both to PEDU and to ourselves for administering appeals. So Welsh Government are asking the question about whether or not some of those costs do now need to be recouped. So again, you know, there's a fairly big question there about the approach of MPA in responding to that. And then finally, in terms of sort of changes that are being considered, there isn't a recommendation on this, but Welsh Government have asked a very general and open question around whether there should be fees introduced for listed building applications and tree preservation orders. Historically, these have been free of charge, partly because it's very difficult if you are a landowner to resist having your property listed, and it is very difficult to resist a TPO. So the view has been that as it's difficult to resist that, you shouldn't be penalised and you should have a free application. But clearly there are also costs to authorities in terms of the time and the processing in the back office of those application types. So that's a sort of a general question. I have consulted with our listed building officer and Mike Higgins, who's our principal planning officer for the environment, who deals with trees. They both are strongly of the opinion that they should remain not charged for, but as it's a question of a consultation, throw that open. And I think just in terms of exemptions, there are some really important exemptions that are already in place, and those include if you are somebody with a disability and you're seeking an alteration to your property to make it more accessible, then there is an exemption from a planning fee, and also there are exemptions of 50% for community councils, and those exemptions, which are really critical, are being maintained, which is very important. So yeah, happy to sort of take questions and comments on that section.
Thanks, Sarah. Good idea, Rosie. And over to you.
Thank you. You know, I think it's a really interesting consultation. Thank you for bringing to us, for as it were, a steer. I'm certainly happy to recommend delegation. I think that's a really good way forward. We have highly professional officers, and that's what we now need for. On fees, I think when the national parks are consistently being urged by the Welsh Government to be more astute financially, to be more commercial, and to be better in terms of our cost recovery, it feels to me completely counterintuitive that there is then a holding back on full economic cost charging, or the move to appreciate the recommendation of a pathway towards that. But actually it means we are continuing, as you say, to subsidise planning costs at the expense of our core mission, which does not feel right to me at all, personally. Interestingly, I think the point about an annual uplift in fees is absolutely timely. It's a situation that other organisations, NRW, for example, with its waste regulation charges, and many of those charges, has found itself having to play catch up after a long time and a major kind of fee review. So actually a pathway, it would have to be a very tight pathway in my personal view of recommendation. And whilst I agree the fees changes are significant, as you said, often in the scheme of the whole development, they are pretty as a ratio. There are suitable exemptions, DDA, for example. I totally endorse the suggestion of the exemptions for listed buildings and TPOs myself. I think that fits into the same sort of category as, you know, the protections for all the reasons you explained. And I think the doubling of retrospective charges should be welcomed, and the introduction of an appeals charge. Whilst, you know, one is a bit hesitant in some ways, actually the point is there is no detriment on applicants to not liking an outcome and therefore going to appeal. And I think, you know, there needs to be a basis for considering the implications of those decisions, because my sense is that we're getting more appeals than we used to have. I may be wrong on that. So that's my personal general papers for that.
Thank you, Rosie. Oh, actually, sorry, it's Julie first, and then Simon.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to know it's nothing at all to do with fees, and I concur with the comments previously made. My concern on page 284 of my pack, could be different on yours, is with regard to the statistics and Welsh Government wanting to move away from the 8 weeks to a agreed within timescales. Personally, I'm against that. I think it's been very useful for benchmarking against all planning authorities in Wales to see where we sit. I appreciate that, having raised this before, why we as members don't see the quarterly statistics from Welsh Government on where all the planning authorities sit. I'm sure that Sarah focuses on it, and probably Madeline as well. And it was always very useful to me with Brecon Beacons to see when we were trying to improve the planning response times, moving up that league table, if you like. So I'm not at all happy moving away from that, because different organisations, different planning authorities might have slightly different agreed timescales. So you're no longer comparing apples with apples, and it makes it very difficult to focus on the performance of our planning departments, which are, I know, excellent. Thank you.
Can I, oh, you've stopped that, that's grand. We were just doing one item at a time. We were having questions, so you've probably jumped a little bit there, but sorry, I did try and stop you, but there we are. But so we're just concentrating on the increasing planning application fees currently, and then we'll move on to the others, all right?
My apologies, Chair. Sorry, I obviously missed that.
Fine. Well, you've got your piece for the next one anyway.
I can't remember what I said now.
We'll come back to that in a bit. So unless there's anything on the item 1 on that, then I'll go to somebody else then. So Simon, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think we should endorse the principle of full cost recovery, but I don't think it's realistic to do it in one 12-month swoop. I think a 3-year stepped approach is probably a bit more sort of reasonable, but at least it would get us to full cost recovery, whereas for many years, untold years, we've been subsidising, you know, I don't say private enterprise, but, you know, developers, and we've been bearing the cost. Well, at least there's an end game to that within a sort of 36-month period. Totally agree about doubling the fees for retrospective applications. We need to disincentivize people from not playing by the rules. And I also agree with the principle that appeals, there should be a charge. So just really endorsing and agreeing with the sort of general thrust of what you've been sharing with us, Sarah.
I'm going to go to Rachel, then Claire, and then Madeline. Rachel, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. On the full economic costing bit, whilst I do agree, I've got a little bit of note of caution, because the bit here is the flatline budget from Welsh Government generally. So in the past, we would have had more money from Welsh Government, which has been flatlining for years. So the subsidy bit, whilst I agree there is an element where Welsh Government should be helping to fund all our services appropriately, rather than is the taxpayer paying again in a way for planning fees. And, you know, 582 or somewhere like that is actually substantial. So whilst we need to recover our costs, I totally agree, it might start to affect people's ability to come forward for planning. So not the big ones, Sarah, as you said, is, you know, totally different game, isn't it? But for your individuals, it could start to become a bit of disincentive. So I think it's worth just saying in that we have to recover our costs, yes, but acknowledging too that it is a hike in fee, and we have got a slight concern with that because it could affect people's behaviours of coming forward for planning when you're talking about small ones, and that the current allocation has been flatlining for years, which is affecting our ability generally to do what we need to do, which is why we need to recover things from these fees or car parking fees or whatever we're charging along the way. So that was the bigger sort of picture bit for me I wanted to mention. My other sort of cheeky suggestion was that we could suggest that we do need to recover these costs quickly, because actually we are in a position that within a year we are starting to struggle financially. So I think it's worth saying that in the bigger picture. So not, you know, appearing greedy, this is something we need to be able to survive within the next 3 to 5 years. So could Welsh Government step into the breach and plug the gap? So the fees become 582 in effect, but the public pay, I don't know, 280, then 320, then or whatever, you know, it's stepped up, but somebody else is plugging the difference. That has happened in other scenarios. That's an interesting one. And the one then I wasn't so sure of in principle is the appeals. Again, about affordability for people. Get what you're saying about incentives, but I'm less, what's the word, comfortable with an appeal, because there is an element of having a right to appeal, and you've paid your upfront fee. So I'd be happier if the fee itself covered those additional things. But, you know, I do know why you're trying to disincentivize it, but there is a bit of a right to appeal in a process, isn't it, legally? So I don't actually know where we would stand there, or it might push people to do something else, like a JR or something different sooner rather than pay. So yeah, I don't know, not sure about the appeals charge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Claire?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to challenge. I think we should go straight to cost recovery. I think if it's in the past 4 years we've gone up, I need to increase the fee by 23%. Then if we tarry for 2 years, then we'll see another 10% increase that we'll have to keep chasing. So my concern would be that we need to move to cost recovery pretty quickly. This is an economic endeavour. People are undertaking to these planning permissions themselves, and therefore if they can't afford the fee that's attributed to that activity, then I think that's a consideration. I don't believe it'll put people off. I think they respect the planning system. With regard to the appeals fee, I think a bit like Rachel, I was wondering whether we put it flat across all fees, so it's part of all fees, therefore it's just everybody pays a flat fee to cover that cost. But equally, I do understand the argument of it being a disincentive, and therefore get it right first time. So I'm wavering on either of those. Equally, I can see the rationale in the TPO not being charged for, because I think that's a challenging area. But listed buildings, I'm not entirely sure why we would exempt a listed building. I appreciate that residents don't do it. That's often forced upon them. But if they're undertaking planning in the same way anybody else is choosing to undertake in planning, then why would we exempt a listed building? So those are some reflections.
Okay, thank you. Is that relevant to?
Yes, we should want to
quickly come back
to listed buildings, given that the listing can require you to apply for things that you would not as a normal householder have to. That for me is the basis for listed buildings being potentially exempted.
I can't remember whether it was Maureen or Madeline, but Madeline, sorry.
Thank you. I'm very much going with officer recommendation here, I think, Sarah. I agree with Claire that full cost recovery we need to go for as quickly as possible, but we could very much perhaps suggest in more in hope than in expectation that some stepping, if it occurs, and that will be, and clearly we're discussing this as an LPA, we are one of 25 in Wales, and Welsh Government will be responding to or taking comments from everybody. It's their final decision, however, but I think if there is a response that says we appreciate the issues that there will be in making such a big jump, then perhaps if Welsh Government could see their way to not take it out of our budget, but to cover that, then that might be a suggested way forward. But I think generally the requirement to be working on a full cost recovery, and that is the bottom line. We cannot make any surplus from any of our services, but we should be able to charge what it costs us, and that is a public sector duty, in fact. Then I think that it's appropriate that we do that. I'm sure that members, from the feeling that we've had on many meetings about retrospective applications, will support your approach on that and the suggested approach. Indeed, the regularisation of a lot of our sites is really critical to us, but I think that it has to be clear that people are working within a system and shouldn't be working outside it, and therefore this gives the opportunity for some discussion. You didn't raise the pre-application fees, Sarah. I'm in, two minds about it, because it is so helpful for us to have those discussions, and it's clear when we're looking at committee those applicants who have taken pre-app advice and acted on it. However, as you say, it really does cost us officer time as well, and I think that it is appropriate that that's looked at in the round. The fact that we are talking about an increase in fees to reflect the fact that we've been working as a subsidised issue, I think is really important. And I state again that whatever comes in will obviously apply to all organisations, all planning authorities, but I think it is appropriate that we make these comments.
Thank you. Maureen, please.
Forgive my ignorance, but when's the cost paid to the planning department?
So when somebody submits a planning application, in order for it to be valid, we have to have received payment of the correct fee. So they will submit that payment at the point where they put the planning application into us.
Okay, because I'm coming on down on the side of full cost recovery. But I was wondering if you didn't pay it straight away, then we could have a step change for the people who had plans in already, who knew the bill was coming. But I have a caveat for the others. Appeals, perhaps charge if they lose the appeal, because it would really concentrate their mind. Good case, you know, to appeal. But retrospective, I think we should just triple it.
Thank
you.
Could I come back with a comment on pre-app, because it is a really interesting one. The possibilities of having at least a minimal service for pre-app, as it were, and then over and above that, which I know again other organisations do.
So there's the statutory pre-application service, which Welsh Government set the costs for at the moment, and then as an authority we offer a non-statutory service, which
gold standard
involves a slightly higher fee, but means that you are guaranteed, for example, a meeting with an officer, which you know, actually we introduced that in April and it's been very popular. What Welsh Government has said is that they basically haven't had capacity to look at the statutory pre-application charging system, and that whilst they recognise that that might need changing, that if we want them to do that at the same time, it will delay the implementation of the overall updating of planning fees. There is no doubt that the current cost of £25 for householder pre-application is absolutely nowhere near the cost. I mean, if you think about the fact that an admin officer will have to register that and map it before it goes to a planning officer to look at the site history, to look at the proposal, write the report, which is then considered by a senior officer for sign off, as well as our finance team taking payment and recording it, there is no way that £25 comes close. So we would really like to see the statutory pre-application charges looked at, but at the same time, I think the planning fees going up in September is probably more.
It's a priority.
To us. So I think if members are happy, you know, we'd sort of note our concerns around the fact that we're not seeing an uplift, but urge them to get on quickly.
80-20.
Yes. So Tim Evans, please.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask then, with the application fee eventually being £585, has there ever been any talk about a tiered system for the type of application that does come in? Because if I was doing an application for a porch and I pay £585, yet somebody else puts an application in for £2 million cliff top, then surely there's going to be a lot more work involved in an application like that.
Yeah, so we do have a range of application types at different fees, but as you quite rightly point out, there is variation within householders that isn't currently sort of addressed. That's something we could certainly raise as part of the response, that, you know, long term it would be really helpful to perhaps break down, because extensions can be, you know, vastly different in terms of what that looks like. So
pro-rata to area or whatever.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit unfair to put, you know, a porch rate the same as a big application. So I would have thought a tiered system would be a lot fairer for everybody.
I'm glad you raised that, Tim, because I was going to say
I wanted to raise a similar thing. I have trouble doubling the fee, just doubling for doubling's sake, because I think that just looks like we're money grabbing.
To the outside, yeah.
Yeah. And it's up to, well, it's up to us to help people, enable them to trust the processes that are happening. I think there's a lot of mistrust around a lot of things on the outside, not with here, but with everything. Everyone tries to get money. I think similarly that with this process, I'm going to say now with council tax on the second houses, I think that there should be tiers of applications coming in. So if the property, if whatever the value is 100,000, 200, 300, of 1 million, it should be cost to whatever the application is to start with, without having to pay for an appeal. I don't think people should pay for an appeal if they've ended up paying £2,500 for the value of their plan. I don't know all the planning stuff because I've not done the training yet, so I'm really sorry.
Okay.
But it's just trying to think of a system that works for everybody, that makes it fair within their financial reach. I think we should do full cost recovery. And I'm with Maureen with the whack them with the perspective. Definitely. Because I would be one of those people that would put retrospective in. Hopefully it wouldn't cost me that much. Not that I've ever done it. But I would think of a way to do it.
Yeah.
So
I think
if the system's fair to start with,
yeah,
you're more likely to do it.
More likely to do it.
And I think it's also worth noting that, you know, quite often some retrospective applications, people genuinely didn't realise they needed money or something. So it is a complicated system, and sometimes people just don't appreciate that they needed to apply for something. So
can I just ask, is there a high percentage of appeals?
I think
It's increasing.
I don't have the figures, I'm afraid, but it's something we can check. We do list the appeals at the end of each DM agenda, any appeals received, so members can see what's come in. I can go away and check where we are.
I was just interested, and of those appeals, do they win?
So at the moment, we've got a really high success rate on defending appeals.
Right.
So up until about 2 months ago, we were at 100%. We've lost 2, but then won about 4 recently. So we're probably at the 90% now. But yeah, we've actually got.
That's a time bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. With retrospective, I know that I think 2 of my community councils that I go and sit on have written to Welsh Government and requested that they increase retrospective. So I think there's a demand for that increase for certain. And I'm sure others who go to their own community councils have probably had similar conversations. So the fact that they've actually done something as physically as that written, then, you know, intimates that they are keen. Have we finished on that one? You've had quite a lot of ideas there thrown at you. They're slightly differing a bit as well, aren't they? So I'm not sure whether there's enough there for you to how we.
I might, if it's okay, share a draft with everybody, and then I think consult the council with the chair and that with chair of DM.
Yes, I think that would be wise. Is everybody happy with that?
Yes.
So there's quite a few different ideas here. I'm not sure we've perhaps got consensus on everything here. So if that would be helpful. Do you want to carry on with?
Yeah, I'll maybe take 2, 3, and 4 together, because actually there's less in them. So Welsh Government are saying, you know, if you're going to have this uplift in fee income, then actually we want to make sure that you're spending it on your planning system and that your planning system is performing well. So they're talking about reintroducing some of the previous monitoring that we as LPAs had to undertake, so more assessment of performance, and reintroducing annual performance reports. They are proposing a focus on the 8-week statistics. Now, as an officer, I attended a presentation from PEDO recently, and she was talking about the challenge of performance, and one way of having a really successful 8-week performance figure is just to refuse that is vaguely substandard. So if somebody hasn't put their green infrastructure statements in, that's a reason for refusal. And the neighbour objects, you could get a tweak design, but actually it's going to take you over 8 weeks, so you don't bother. Now, I don't think that that is a sensible approach, and as officers we tend to try to resolve issues so that we can actually get a successful outcome, and we do then rely on the extended agreed timescale statistic as one that sort of is, you know, is a better indicator, but would appreciate, you know, members' thoughts on that. I think there was also some feedback from POSU around, yes, you're giving us, you know, full cost recovery, but we haven't had it for quite a while, and it's going to take us a while to get back up to speed. So please don't sort of expect miracles, you know, very, very shortly. That ties into the skills recruitment and retention element. I'm really, really pleased to see Welsh Government picking this up and looking at it thoroughly. RTPI Cymru have, and National RTPI, have done some research about the number of planners who left local government to work in the private sector, and we're talking, I think, around 3,000 in the last sort of 8 years. So there are huge gaps across local planning authorities, and not just in planning, but also in linked services, the things like ecology, listed building, all of these specialists that we rely on when we're going through a planning application. And it's really, really, you know, helpful to see Welsh Government looking at what they can do. Personally, I was very lucky. I had a UK postgraduate bursary to do my planning masters, and that was back in over 20 years ago. But it would be great to see that sort of thing reintroduced. So that would be hugely helpful. We would also like to support suggestions that apprenticeships could be introduced to support planning in Wales, and that's something that does happen in England at the moment, but there isn't a Welsh option. And then finally, Welsh Government are emphasising the opportunity for regional delivery of planning services, and Rachel mentioned the CJCs earlier. This is sort of coming through in this consultation. I would say that as an authority, we already use shared service delivery models, both in terms of minerals and waste, where that's delivered by Command and Shifreth, and also in terms of ecology with Pembrokeshire County Council. But for some areas, you still need experts, and you still need enough people that they can then deal with the regional model. And that goes back to this earlier element of consultation around training and support. So just moving to a regional model without enough people to fill those posts still leaves you with a problem. And yeah, that's it really. So there's that element of you know, qualified staff and having enough qualified and experienced staff coming through.
Yeah, no, thank you. Simon, and then Madeline, and then Rachel.
Not forgetting the comments of my right honourable colleague
yes,
in relation to measurement, which I'm sure we will hoist on board. Yes, I think we need to urge realism on the monitoring and measuring, and absolutely beware the tyranny of numbers. Just because you count it doesn't mean say it's any better. And particularly, as you rightly say, Sarah, you know, the way of counting on the 8-week is a very curious tool that many play quite differently, as you say. So I'm with the officers on that one. I think skills recruitment retention is absolutely overdue. I very much support the principles of sort of workforce and skills planning through funded placements. Great to see the intention of working with the RTPI, and we should also work with relevant industry bodies to enable that sort of skills sharing secondments, the broadening experience mutually. I suggest that the Welsh Government could also influence pathways by collaboration with HEIs for intercalated years and funded placements and postgraduate conversions, etc. I really want to compliment our team, and you, Sarah, in particular too, for the diversity of skills that you've brought in by taking people with non-typical backgrounds and giving them the benefit of the experience and the training step, which is, I think, broad perspectives, the diversity and the whole outlook of our team. So thank you for personally and more generally to you and Kate for that. I think also in terms of heritage skills and listed building perspective, that's really significant. And there has been some tremendous sort of parallel but totally different opportunities where actually collaboration on training with the Heritage Lottery Fund, for example, has provided apprenticeship training schemes to upskill. So, for example, in my area on plant skills of lichens, there was a tremendously effective programme, as there was with the Towie Centre in Carmarthenshire over heritage skills. So, you know, absolutely up there with support for this, and I think I'd love us to come over loud and clear on all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to really support the timescale issue, 8 weeks is obviously a target, but what our target should be is the best possible service. Yes. And I think that's what we do offer in, you know, working with the applicant and having an agreed timescale. And if we can use that as our one of our performance measures, as well as customer satisfaction, then that's clearly an area that we should be in. And I'm again, Sarah, with you on the other suggested responses that you've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Sorry, I might have got it the wrong way around then.
That's okay. I wanted to make the point that, you know, the 8 weeks is a statutory or a sort of guideline, but that's no guarantee of quality. You know, I remember having a discussion here with the other members then 16 years ago in this very room, arguing with Welsh Government representatives on the planning department that, you know, a higher standard exists within the park in terms of quality of outcomes. So this arbitrary, I love the word tyrannical, tyranny of numbers, 8 weeks. Do they accept that 8 weeks is no guarantee of, you know, what is the speed versus the quality? Yeah. Where do they see that lying?
So I think at the moment there's 2 performance indicators. So one is the 8 weeks, and then the other is within agreed timescales. And as a team, we've focused on that second statistic. So Welsh Government are suggesting in this consultation giving greater weight to the 8 weeks, and I think that's where we do have some concerns, because we see so many schemes that a minor amendment actually gets it over the line, and when you've gone through that process of advertising, of talking to neighbours and hearing their views, actually it's just a quick refusal, and they have to go back through all of that again. You know, it doesn't seem the best thing. There is the option for people to appeal once the 8 weeks has passed if they haven't agreed an extension of time, and there's also an opportunity for them to have their fees returned to them if after the 8 weeks there hasn't been, you know, a dialogue and an agreed extension of time. So that's, you know, that I think provides some security for the applicant, that if you're past the 8 weeks, it's because they're working with us collaboratively and not because we've, you know, just forgotten about them or whatever. So I think the fact that they can get their feedback is there as a security for them. But the ability to negotiate amendments, I think, is really, really key, and I don't think we want to lose that for the sake of focusing on 8 weeks.
I'm just going to go to Rachel first, and then I'll come to you, Claire. Thank you. Rachel, please.
Yeah, very supportive of all the comments made. I just had one sort of additional comment on the learning and development side, or broaden it a bit, because working locally, regionally and nationally is really tough in reality. And, you know, we can have training on some of that, or trying to work regionally in this capacity issue. But I do think it's a bit broader as well. It's worth putting in, I think, that how do we actually do that in reality when at the moment we just have a national diktat, say, on a particular thing that we have to do, say on the ports, the Celtic ports, or something to do with nuclear, or something to do with energy or something. So it's more about collaborative working, or posts that actually link those up a bit more for local, regional. So it is a capacity point, but I think it's a bit broader as well. How do you actually truly collaborate rather than things done to you and obviously they are frustrating the other end that we do things locally, of which they then try to oversee or have no control over. So I think that comes out in future Wales to me a bit more, which perhaps we could refer to, that layering and holistic thinking. And also the struggle we get between the planning sort of policies and legislation and statutory requirements compared to all the other policies. So yeah, some recognition, I suppose, and acknowledgement of that we're in a far more complex systems thinking approach, but still trying to work with old ways. And that would actually help with our capacity if that ways of working was actually better. So the local, regional and the national issues and how people work together rather than all in individual posts in individual institutions, which is why CJC find it really difficult, isn't it? And then the other one is the policies, the planning policies compared to all the other policies. So it is learning and development, but a bit wider for me, or ways of working. It is really challenging. Yeah. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'd probably reiterate Rachel's point around the complexity of the system, and when we're looking at the costs, recoverable costs, I don't think we factor in the amount of partnership working and integrated working we have to undertake, and there's a skills issue, there's a cost issue, and therefore a time issue. The point I was going to ask, Sarah, do we account for what planning permissions are passed and what permissions we refuse? Because it goes back to a point Rosie was making around Carmarthenshire, where they get to 8 weeks and then they just refuse them. Surely an outcome, if we're measuring outcomes, we want to look at success, and therefore arguably success is past planning appeals.
Yeah, so in the statistics that we bring to Audit Committee, we have got one of the indicators is percentage approved and percentage refused, so we pick that up. And then we've also so Maya Thomas did quite a lot of work on, you know, what statistics we're going to bring. We've also got a statistic around the appeals success rate as well.
Do Welsh Government consider that?
So I think we can suggest both of those as measures as part of this feedback, in terms of, you know, actually they're also quite key measures.
If I just amend that interpretation in that actually Carmarthen simply doesn't validate, and therefore it's 8 weeks doesn't start counting for a long time.
Thank you. Julie, please, and then we'll try and wrap this one up if I can, please.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to repeat my somewhat premature comments, but I have listened to what officers and other learned members have said, but I still support the Welsh Government proposing the focus on the statistics performance within 8 weeks. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Because I think we've discussed this quite comprehensively, but the recommendation on page 287 is after agree delegation for the Director of Place and Engagement in consultation with myself, the Chair, and Chair of the Development Management Committee, Madeline, to respond to the Welsh Government consultation on promoting a resilient, high-performing planning service. So, you're happy to propose? Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Tim. Can I ask that before we go to the vote, would everybody answer? Obviously, you've had feedback, put a draft report together, perhaps send it out to members.
Yeah.
And then you and I and the three of us will finalise it. Is everybody happy with that?
Yes, yeah, certainly.
Okay, so all those in favour, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. Before I'm going to slightly shift the agenda around, because I'm mindful that Emma from Visit Pembrokeshire is here. Are you ready to go?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm just going to plug my laptop in just in case I need to reverse the presentation.
Yeah. So if I can ask you, Emma, to come and do your presentation, please.
Caroline, we'll put it up for you.
Yeah, perfect. Where do you want me to stick to that space?
No,
everyone
can do. Yeah.
Actually, there we go.
Don't mind.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's more just seeing the notes in case I get into questions. That's all.
Hopefully everybody's seen it, seen the presentation and read it. Well, those of us that sit on services have anyway.
to you'll be pleased to know. I'm assuming people have read it. So I'm just going to pick out some highlights. So
I think I asked you to perhaps concentrate on
Absolutely.
membership and things.
yeah, don't worry. I have been well briefed. So good morning, everyone. It's good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me to come and talk to you today. I know you've all had a copy of the presentation prior to today, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to look at that. I'm just going to focus on sort of three areas really, which I think are really topical and important, particularly in terms of the National Park Authorities. So firstly, in terms of membership, as you'll all be aware, we're a business-led public-private partnership, and one of the only one of its type in Wales actually, so something to be proud of. But a key part of the business model has been growing the membership, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support in that particular area, because that has really, I think, delivered tangible results over the last 12 months. So we have a new team structure in place, which we've had since the beginning of April, and actually it's been modified slightly in October this year. We've been able to really strengthen the team resource around membership engagement and membership growth, and that has really delivered some results. So I'm delighted to report that we brought on 102 new members this year. We had a target of 105, so we just missed it by a smidgen, but that was just timing in terms of we only account for a business to become a member when they've paid their fees, even if they've signed all the forms. Until the money's in the bank, they're not a member. So we're challenging ourselves in that respect. We have a target for 85% retention, so that's retaining 85% of the members we had the year before, and we beat that this year, delivering 88%. So again, that's a really good barometer in terms of organisations finding it useful, finding it relevant, and feeling part of the community of membership that we've built up. I think key success factors in this has been having the right skills. The right broad range of skills in terms of the team. We're a small team, a core team of 6, and probably that's 4 FTE, so it's quite a tight team. But I think also really increasing that face-to-face business engagement. So we now do a whole range of events on a monthly basis, some of them very informal, meet the team, which does what it says on the tin. But we know that businesses and organisations have found that invaluable. And if they're not currently a member, they come along and find out what it's all about and how they can get involved. And if they are a member, it gives them opportunity to literally meet the team and work with them and discuss things that are exercising them or that they're concerned about. And also, I think there's an element of account management. So the new team have really introduced that. So there's really clear accountability in terms of account managing the individual businesses, and the team are visible out and about across the county. So that I think has made a really tangible difference. And we're growing from strength to strength in that regard. We've set our membership targets for next year. So the growth that we received last year was 25%. We're continuing at that level. And interestingly, I don't know whether you were all aware of this, but it's quite surprising. I felt that the 99% of our businesses in Pembrokeshire are micro businesses. Yes. And very, very dispersely populated. So that face-to-face engagement and that account management are so important, and that it can't be done remotely. So I think that's been a really key success factor. The other area, and I'll take questions either as we go along or afterwards, I want to just update you on, is the destination management plan, which is our strategic plan for growing and developing tourism across the county. We updated that in May this year, following about 18 months of consultation. It was ahead of schedule, really, but we felt, given the seismic change that we've all been through the COVID pandemic, it was absolutely appropriate. That was launched at our tourism summit in May. And the key thing now is around making sure that's deliverable. So I've been doing some best practice research in terms of other destination management plans across the UK and successes. And one of the really the areas that I felt was really quite an exemplar was Northumberland. Lots of parallels in terms of the geography and the high proportion of SMEs, and what they've done, which we're looking to emulate here, is they've identified, because the thing we need to remember is this is not Visit Pembrokeshire's plan, it's Pembrokeshire's plan, and it can only be delivered in general partnership. There are elements of it across the 5 years that are unfunded and unresourced. So the only way we can really make sure it's deliverable is that we make sure that it's shared delivery. So we've identified, following the Northumberland model, thematic leads for each area of the destination management plan, who are stakeholders across the county. So, for example, and Tegrin and I were having a discussion about this yesterday, James Parkin is going to lead on the regenerative theme. That's not to say that the National Park is the only organisation that has a regenerative focus. It runs through the DNA of the whole plan. But there is areas of expertise there that we can pull on, and obviously bringing in organisations like Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum. Another lead would be Pembrokeshire County Council. One of the key officers there for infrastructure would be the lead on the Brilliant Basics piece. On the shared narrative and brand, that's going to be Lucy Wonnacott, who's the head of marketing communication in the Milton Port Authority. So just as an example, having a thematic lead who is then supported by a key officer within my team or within their own organisational teams to audit what's already going on in the county that's aligned to the plan, because that's again a key thing. We already have activity that's happening. Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum is an example. They're doing some great work, but they're not necessarily linked into the plan, so we're not monitoring delivery there. So the key part for all these individual groups is to audit provision across the county, and then start to monitor that activity, and then identify 2 or 3 projects each year that we say we will deliver and are able to deliver. And then all of those will be reported against a RAG rating, so red, amber and green, at least once a year, twice a year, up to a strategic advisory board. But then we will have a presentation to the community as a whole at our tourism summit on an annual basis. But that presentation will be delivered collaboratively, not just by me. It'll be me plus our other stakeholder leads. And I think that sends a really strong and clear message that this is a plan that we share as a destination. So we've got one position on the strategic advisory board that we're still looking for somebody, but I've got somebody in mind, and that's the events and seasonality piece. And then I'm writing some terms of reference, and we're looking to have our first meetings early in the new year. So I think that's, it's informed by best practice elsewhere, which I think was important. And I think the key element is that it's a structure that will ensure shared ownership and shared delivery. So that again is a key development. Just moving on to the third area I just want to update you on is the partnership project that we've led with Pembrokeshire Coast National Park Authority, which is the Open to All project, which sadly is coming to a close as we speak at the end of December. But I don't think at all that it's something that's going to just fizzle away. There's been some great work that's been delivered by Abby Marriott and the team that sat within Visit Pembrokeshire, and obviously you can see a highlight of that work on the screen there. But I think what we're really keen to do, I've got a meeting with Abby actually after this this presentation to talk about next steps, and we're very keen to keep working very closely, probably in a slightly different way. There's some opportunities that Abby's keen to discuss with me, but I think we've got some great legacy from that project, and that's just a bit of a highlight. And I'm pleased to highlight as well that yesterday we were recognised by, it was a Good Living report, Country Living report. I can't remember the name of the actual organisation that did the audit. I circulated it to the board this morning, that recognised Pembrokeshire as the top UK accessible destination, which I think was quite an impressive accolade. And I'd like to think that some of the work that, and the National Park Authority were recognised in terms of its contribution to that recognition, not least through the work that you're doing in terms of core delivery. But I think it was great that that has been recognised, but clearly we're only just scraping the surface, and this is literally just the beginning of a journey and building on the work that we did with the Community Renewal Fund in 22-23. But there's some great legacy, particularly focusing on showcasing the outdoor adventures can be accessible and inclusive to all. And I think particularly the resource hub on the new website, which is going to be available, which is, you know, packed full of expertise, advice, training materials, and also signposting people to experts in particular areas if they want to get further guidance and support. So I think that's a really important legacy. And our new website is due to launch in January. And that's been a 12-month project, really long overdue, but will be a real step change on the website that we have currently, which we inherited from Pembrokeshire County Council. The final thing is really just on the advocacy piece, which obviously, you know, it would be remiss of me not to mention that, particularly with the visitor levy on the horizon and the recent announcement from Welsh Government. We continue to represent our businesses on the challenging 182 policy in terms of, and I think PCC now recognise that that is challenging for many businesses in rural communities to be able to achieve. But also we have recently, in the last week, been invited to submit oral and written evidence to the Finance Committee at the Senate on the 5th of February. And we are one of many DMO organisations, trade-led bodies who've also been invited throughout January. And for us, and we're just obviously, you know, developing our thoughts on this, but I think there's an opportunity there, as well as representing concerns expressed to us by the trade around the levy, for us to also highlight the unique opportunity we have in Pembrokeshire with this model. There is no other place in Wales that has got private sector, public sector, third sector structured in the governance structure round a table that could play a really key role in how the visitor levy develops, how it's managed and how it's governed. And that's one of the key messages that we want to highlight at that briefing. So feedback from the Wales Tourism Alliance that we sit on has said it's actually, they welcome this opportunity, but also it's a positive sign that Welsh Government have actually invited so many trade-led bodies to come and provide both written and oral evidence. So I think that's an opportunity we're going to grasp with both hands. So that's a bit of a whistle stop of the key highlights, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Emma. Rosie first and then Simon, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for coming. You know, it's brief presentation. You know, we put our hand in our pocket, and it's wonderful to see that, you know, after the fourth year of what is clearly and has been a continuingly tough climate.
Yeah.
Thank you for your resilience, the energy. You know, it's palpable. I think that's excellent. I think the shared ownership model is impressive, and it's great to have flowing from that a sort of positive range of outputs. I hope you count all the advocates as well, because you've given us some interesting kind of comments, and we know that we in delivering our mission absolutely rely on that collaboration. As you pointed out, the micro businesses, the people, so getting together. You've given us some numbers, which is always interesting. Thank you. And despite my point about tyranny of numbers, so we have some quality as well as numbers. I think that's really interesting, and your retention rates are impressive. A couple of questions. You mentioned Northumberland, which is great. I always say, sort of, you know, where are your heroes? Where is the other place in the UK, Europe, beyond, whatever? Who's doing things really well that we can emulate even better? You know, I think that's a kind of, you know, where's your aspiration? Where's the vision that you can keep on going? Brilliant that you're going to keep on building your numbers, because there does come a point where actually you probably can't go on still at 25%. Right. So realism comes in to do that.
Okay, I'll take the first one first, Rosie, if I may. And I think there is a ceiling. You know, I think and looking at best practice again elsewhere with similar organisations, you're probably talking about 500, 550 in terms of members, because obviously you're retaining those and nurturing those and managing them. And in terms of the question around who's doing it really well, I think everyone's struggling to find their way in the UK, if I'm honest, because it's a very, very fragmented landscape in terms of the way in which tourism is funded and delivered. And it's changing in England and it's changing in Scotland because, of course, they're exploring the visitor levy as well, and it's very different in Wales. I think probably the best examples are international, and certainly the work that we've done in developing destinations like New Zealand is certainly an exemplar, particularly in regenerative tourism.
Right.
But I think we do have a real opportunity here in terms of our model. The key thing for us is building that robust delivery model for delivering the plan, making sure we've got the shared ownership, making sure that we can identify funding opportunities to actually deliver some of this. What I didn't mention in my presentation, actually, in terms of some of the things that we've actually delivered this year and have been, I think, deliverable because we've got a DMP. One example would be obviously the Open to All project, without a doubt, because we had that in our strategic plan, so that was helpful in securing the SPF funding. But the other one would be some funding we secured from Transport for Wales and GWR. So we secured £20,000 in September to run a campaign to promote and encourage increased rail travel. So again, modal shift from car, and that we hope will be the beginning of a long-term relationship. Transport for Wales have got a track record of working with other parts of the UK, so we're really keen to be able to demonstrate return on investment for that. So that again, we had an aspiration within the plan under the Business Brilliant Basics element to encourage modal shift, but how do you do that? You need to really sort of focus on how you can change behaviour. There's some obviously practical pieces, so that's a key element that we wouldn't have been able to deliver had we not got that plan. So there are elements that are unfunded, and the other one that we're working on at the moment with the support of Claire Bates within the National Park Authority is this idea around a Pembrokeshire pledge, which is around positive behavioural messaging in terms of visitors. So that's a tangible project that we've got a small group working on already to deliver.
Right, I think just picking up briefly on that one again, I think the train, for example, in relationship is fantastic. Just do go and stand on some of those stations like Haverford West, and it is not a place you would welcome.
No.
We have to do something about that.
Yeah, and we have been quite careful and very tactical about what we focus on. And the other point I'd make is that campaign is almost uniquely focused on our heritage towns, deliberately, because it would be misleading to say you can explore Pembrokeshire by train. You can't, but it is an opportunity, which is another element within the plan, to raise the profile of our heritage towns, and that project gives us the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Simon, please.
Thank you. Really informative presentation. Thank you so much. Just a couple of, I agree with Rosie, it's a wonderful model of collaboration that's it could be emulated across Wales. Just a couple of questions about membership, if possible. You've got a very high retention rate. What are the reasons people don't keep their membership, and how does that inform? What can you learn from the reasons why people don't stay within the membership? And secondly, how widely dispersed of your members? I mean, are they of all aspects of the visitor economy and geographically around Pembrokeshire, are they all equally well represented?
Okay, thank you, Simon. Coming back to you on the first one, we do track the reasons why people don't renew now, so we can answer that. Some of them are genuinely businesses that are deciding that it's not viable for them to trade. So we have had a couple of self-coaching providers who have not renewed because of that. One most recently, actually, because they've decided to convert their cottages into short-term lets because they just can't meet the 182 days in terms of the general holiday rental market. Other times, I'll be honest, sometimes it's about engagement. They'll say, well, I'm not quite sure what I've got out of it. And that is the challenge with the very rural community, because we've responded to that by making sure our Meet the Team events are north, south, east and west. So we don't expect people to come to us, we go to them. But also businesses, some of them are, as I mentioned, a vast proportion of micro businesses, they're really challenged in running their businesses day to day, so they can't always come to us, so we have to try and go to them. But I think also really highlighting and making it clear, this is how you can get the most out of your membership. So we have a really robust onboarding process now. As soon as somebody decides that they'd like to join, they receive, they've always had a meeting with one of the team that leads on membership. They then receive a very short email that says, great, wonderful to have you on board. This is how to get the most out of your membership. And then following up on that. But I think the challenge will be some businesses just aren't very digitally savvy, because obviously the digital enhanced profile is one of the very tangible benefits they can get. So the bit that we're trying to build on is how do we support both one-to-one and one-to-many, because we've got a small team, so, and actually, you know, it's just not feasible in terms of the resource currently to be out and about all the time. So we are looking at developing more workshops that businesses come along to and participate on. But I would say that I'm less worried about that now, to be honest, because I genuinely do feel we're delivering a really good service, and I think we have very good engagement with the businesses. You can only do so much. So there will be some businesses who are more passive. And I think what we try to communicate is this is a partnership. It's not a transactional relationship. You really do get out of it what you put in. So I think there are opportunities to build on that messaging, get more advocates, you know, get more people referring businesses to us through the directors, etc. So there's certainly no complacency. And I would say it's the nature of any membership organisation, to be honest.
Thank you. Okay, Gwyn, please.
Thank you. Very interesting, all the statistics and everything that you had. I noticed really that you've done an awful lot in terms of your aims and in terms of the various initiatives that you got long ago from a small organisation. But I'd like to go back to the first slide that you had, where you had as a part of your agenda, building a sustainable future for tourism in Pembrokeshire.
Yeah.
What about this sustainable future for the organisation?
Yeah, very good question.
I think I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, because that is, some models around the world have managed to sustain once they've had the seed corn that we're providing. But that, you know, did you envisage this going on forever, or what do you have as a strategic plan for yours funding?
That's a very, very good question, and I can give you a very clear answer. The organisation that we have now, in its current structure, with its current remit as a strategic tourism organisation, will always need some public funding, and that has been shown across the UK and internationally. There are organisations like ourselves that are just marketing organisations, and that's all they do, and they will only promote the businesses that fund them. That is a potential model for Visit Pembrokeshire without public funding, and that's a choice as a destination over the next 2 to 3 years we will need to make. If we want to continue to have a strategic tourism organisation that is involved in placemaking and has this public-private third sector partnership approach, it will always require public funding, and that has been borne out across the UK, and certainly in England now. Organisations like ourselves have to demonstrate that they have a strategic function and a sub-regional strategic function, if you like, to secure that public funding. Obviously, with the visitor levy on the horizon, the visitor levy, one of the things we will need to be, my proposal to Pembrokeshire County Council is that Visit Pembrokeshire should be at the centre of that debate, as should the National Park Authority. And you know, we've got concerns that the trade have expressed, but ultimately we need to have a really mature conversation as a destination and say, what does the landscape look like with a visitor levy? What would it look like without? And the reality is, for an organisation like Visit Pembrokeshire, if we were to have a visitor levy, then probably our sustainable funding would come from that. But if we are not successful in having a visitor levy, which may be the choice of the destination, which we would totally respect, part of that decision-making process would be Visit Pembrokeshire will be a different organisation, and we need to make sure that everybody's aware of that when making that decision.
Thank you very much. the question still in my mind is, when will you do the analysis and the selecting of which option we have going forward? Because as you say, the organisation which is the strategic and authoritative is the old tourist board. This tourist board for that, regional or national.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not. I don't think totally discredited. You know, they are still an option.
Yes, and
and so when would you have in your mind maybe that you'll have that review?
Well, it will be part of the process. It will come out through the consultation on a visitor levy. I think that process will likely start in terms of consultation. It's all got to be obviously confirmed by Pembrokeshire County Council, but I'm expecting they would like to start consulting probably in the spring. It's obviously the bill is going through the Senate at the moment, and the aspiration is that local authorities would have the legislative powers to introduce a levy from 2026, and then there has to be a year's grace before it can be actually implemented. So over the next 2 years, that will be probably what informs the model that Visit Pembrokeshire will take moving forward. In the interim, we're going to be limping along a little bit, is the reality, because our 5-year funding agreement with Pembrokeshire County Council comes to an end next autumn. So we're in current negotiations with them about what that funding looks like between November 2025 and March 2027.
And we're in the same position here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, the rub, isn't there? The tourist levy is consultation period. The majority of tourism operators are probably against it, but actually it potentially could fund the organisation that would promote them as well. So it's going to be quite a difficult one. Maureen.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. There's a lot to take in there. So I'd like to bring it back down to brass tacks. Say I have a business, and in the next village or the next street, there's exactly the same business. They remember and I'm not. What are they getting, differently? And what is the cost of membership?
Okay. I'll deal with the second one first, in that there's a scale of membership costs. So it depends on the type of business, what sector you're in, and the size of the business. So that's, that was developed to be as fair and equitable given the nature of the tourism project that we have in Pembrokeshire. In terms of what you get being a member versus...
So could you give me the base level?
Right, okay, probably £110, I think, for a small business, self-catering property. So that's the starting point. So it's fairly accessible. And in answer to the difference between being a member and not, there are some really tangible things, which is important. So but as part of our strategic purpose, we will support any business in Pembrokeshire that is a benefit of having that strategic function, and also the public purpose that we deliver on in receipt of recognition of the grant that we receive. But what we deliver for those businesses that support us is enhanced marketing and PR. So most of the business almost exclusively on social, but not exclusively, but the majority, if they're promoted on social media, will be members. They will have increased profile on the website, but any business will have a listing, but it probably won't be quite as high profile as a member. And then also, for example, events. We've introduced this year a nominal fee for a non-member to come to one of our events. If it's the meet the team informal ones, that's free to anybody. But if you're coming to something like the Tourism Summit or one of our networking events when we've got guest speakers and there's real sort of tangible quality information that you're going to benefit from, we think it's only fair that members get that for free, and a non-member can still come, but they would pay a small fee of £25 for that benefit. And I think also it's the that sense of belonging, really, because if businesses are getting engaged and they are proactive, inevitably they're probably going to get a better return than a business that isn't engaged, and our members tend to be much more engaged. So there are some very tangible benefits, but also what we've tried to communicate is this isn't a transactional membership organisation. We want people to feel that they're part of something bigger, that they're contributing through their membership fee contribution to a greater good. And at the same time, there are some tangible benefits that they can look at. But if I'm honest, I think the really engaged members, the real success would be when they say, this is just a good thing to be involved in, and I love working with these people. I want to continue that relationship. We're building relationships, and we're in the business of building relationships. I think if we're assessed just on what have I got in the last year, there will be some businesses that do that. Somehow we haven't quite hit the mark. We want to feel invaluable, and we want an organisation to say at the end of the year, when they're looking at their bottom line, we can't afford not to be a member of Visit Pembrokeshire. Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? This item is just for noting. We don't have to vote on it, but I think no. Thank you, Emma, and of course I sit on the board. So if there's anything you want to know, please ask me, and I can find out for you anyway. Thank you. Or go directly to Emma. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely Christmas, everybody.
Right, so we're going back to report number 5024, draft consultation response to Pembrokeshire County Council's redeposit local development plan 2, and Emma will take this. And I understand from Mike that there's a blanket dispensation for all PCC members. So,
yes, that's correct.
So there we are. So thank you. Yes, the report seeks approval. The consultation response then to Pembrokeshire County Council's redeposit LDP2 accompanying documents. As a bit of a verbal update, I also seek agreement, please, to add in an additional point in the response regarding an inconsistency between two plans with regard to transfer values of affordable homes from developers to an RSL. So the National Park policy sets a transfer value at 42% of Welsh Government's acceptable cost guidance, and PCC proposed to set transfer values at a higher rate of 55% of the 2021 acceptable cost guidance. So we've got 42%, which is consistent with other authorities in Wales. They propose 55%, which would be a higher level of payment required then from an RSL to acquire affordable property. So whilst this is going to potentially secure more affordable homes on site, we just say, you know, highlight this isn't consistent with our policy, and that they should ensure this is affordable for RSLs, and therefore doesn't impact negatively on the delivery of affordable homes. So seek agreement to add that one as a highlight really of the inconsistency between the policy requirements there. Quickly, some background. So Pembrokeshire County Council are consulting on its redeposit local development plan 2, and the closing date is 16th of December. This is the second deposit plan that the council has consulted on, and the first deposit plan was back in 2020 prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it just covers the area of Pembrokeshire outside the National Park. We do have a separate LDP then for our area. The consultation response focuses on a soundness test where the plan fits and is compatible with the strategy and policies of the National Park's adopted LDP. So we've picked up that we support reference in policy to the need to protect special qualities of the National Park. There's broad conformity of scale and growth between the two plans, and there's broad compatibility of approach within settlement hierarchy, retail policies, minerals, waste, Welsh language, etc. There are some concerns that are raised regarding caudal barracks, including in the form of Broady airfields. Clarification is requested regarding the allocation of land for a solar PV array and the safeguarding of land and for a high resolution direct finder. So we've previously raised concerns regarding the impact that development might have on special qualities of the National Park. There's also an objection to the allocation of land adjacent to Lanfew School due to the size and impact of the proposed development on the special qualities of the National Park, and this was raised actually in response to the first deposit plan in 2020. And then we also highlight some inconsistencies between affordable housing requirements and percentages of affordable housing requirements to split settlements, and then also to add in about the inconsistency in the transfer values of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate, I think the importance of us restating our objections, particularly to those areas that body land and land fee as well is really important. You know, the changing issues that have been raised there. I think obviously we did object previously, but I think it's important to restate those once again, and it's highlighting the impact on the park as always that is of concern there. Thanks very much, Jen.
Any more comments? Otherwise, we've been asked to approve response. Everybody, well, I'm happy to move it. We're just gonna Maureen will second. Any other comments? No. Well, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. I think that's unanimous, isn't it? Yes, it is. Thank you, Emma. We are now going on to 52/24 Newport Parc car park and Lime Kiln lease. Gary Madden is away, so I think Sarah, you're taking this item, please.
Sorry, I've done it again. It's Jess Morgan is going to be.
Sorry. I don't know why I thought
Roll the dice, guys. Both of these are disappointing for not having this, but I'm really sorry.
Jess, if you could please, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, hello, hi, Fernanda. The purpose of this report is to seek members' approval for the surrender of the existing National Park Authority lease of Newport Parc car park and the Lime Kiln to Newport Council. Chair, would you like me to summarise the paper, or are you happy that everyone has read it and I could just move straight to the recommendation?
Well, I'm hoping everybody's read it.
Yeah.
And is there anybody? Yes, they are.
So the recommendation is to give, for the members to give a delegated authority to the Chief Exec to complete a full and final nil premium surrender of its lease of the subject property to Newport Town Council simultaneously with the latter's freehold purchase of the subject property.
Right. Good. Rosie.
Just a couple of questions. I mean, maybe I missed something, but then, you know, for a lot of papers here. Is there any alternative? Could we in principle buy out the lease? Could we in principle? That's one question. Otherwise, I'm certainly content to support the recommendation or propose the recommendation, but I just think it would be useful to have some form of undertaking assurance that Newport, in terms of longer term commitment to the purpose, and particularly as we know the matter of Toilet Gate.
Yes. Are you able to?
So,
but yeah.
Go on, Jen.
So the request has come from Newport Town Council, who in negotiations with the Barony of Cymmaes, who own that land, that they would be able to purchase it and take on that the car park, and then enable them to raise funds to pay for the toilet that the council are closing. So I think from chatting to Gary before he went on leave, you know, it's a real good opportunity both to relinquish our liability for that piece of land, but also more than anything to be a goodwill partner with Newport Town Council, who are keen to take on that the toilet issue down at Newport.
Thank you. That doesn't quite answer the question, if I'm honest.
Please, Sarah might be able to help there.
Yeah, and under the terms of our current lease, we can't do what they want to do. But I think also as an authority, this came to Asset Management Group, and we do try and kind of embody the wellbeing of future generations' ways of working, and where there are opportunities to collaborate and to work effectively, we do that, and we try then not to get in the way unnecessarily of other partners who might actually be better placed to manage an asset. So I think that applies.
I understand that it's that long-term horizon. You know, land is not being made anymore, as it were. So it is a very special type of asset, and I think we know how utterly important the long-term securing of toilets, for example, is. So it's just feels to me as if we need a little bit more assurance on that. It's not, yeah, they say they're going to, it's where is our horizon on that?
Mike, please.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd, thank you. I attended a public meeting in Newport Town Hall. The hall was full and it was unanimously passed that this would be put before the National Park because it's all part of the bigger picture at Newport and Parc Beach. I was very interested in on page 340 on the risk considerations. You can read it, but I'll read it out in saying that your officers have sought and received assurances from Newport Town Council that with the sole exception of the introduction of parking charges, the public's current access to and use of the subject land will remain unchanged under the direct ownership and control. I mean, that's quite a commitment from Newport Town Council. With that in mind, I would like to propose that the recommendation. Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. I'm just asking Tegrin to come in for a minute, if you might, if you don't mind.
I don't think we can give you that assurance because basically what we're doing is giving up our interest in this. I think based on the public statements from Newport Town Council and based on the fact that I don't think the toilets there were one of our priority areas and therefore we're not funding, I'd say their future is probably more likely to be secured by doing this than not. Having said that, that's my opinion. We haven't got, you know, if they suddenly turn around in 5 years' time and do something entirely different, there's nothing we can do. But we're releasing the land. I think it would be marginally different if we owned the land and we were selling it in a long-term leaseholder. So I can't give you that assurance. It's a judgment call on our part that we would support another public body to do the best for what they think is their community.
Okay,
thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, that was my feeling very much reading this, that we are looking forward to our toilet strategy. It wasn't one of the ones we'd identified as obviously it's important, very important for the local community. I suspect that that's why they've come forward with this idea. But from our point of view, given the scope of what we were doing and our constraints, and to my mind, securing this as a public asset, particularly managed by those who are most affected by it, I think is critical. And clearly this is we know it's an important site for locals and visitors. To my mind, this seems a very positive way forward to be working with the town council and also, as Jess identified, perhaps slightly reducing our liability, but also giving the ability for that very important facility to be maintained, where sadly we hadn't identified it as being one that we were able to do. I'd be happy to second.
Thank you. Any other comments before I go to the vote? So, Councillor Mike James has proposed and Madeline has seconded. I'll go to the vote then. All those in favour, please, that we give delegation Chief Executive to complete a full and final nil premium surrender of its lease of the subject property to Newport Town Council. In favour. I think that's unanimous.
You closed it anyway, didn't you?
Did you?
No.
Oh, sorry. All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Yeah, good. Thank you very much. It's not in the agenda, but I'm just going to ask Tegrin to include an agenda, a supplementary agenda on the Awdurdod Park cafe lease.
I'm just checking that I'm doing this.
No, I'm doing it.
You're doing that. I was happy to do it, but.
Safeguarding policy.
Oh, no, we will. This is just a supplementary. I thought I'd slip it in here because it was relevant to the sort of similar to what we've just done. So
Okay,
we're talking about a stakeholder group now.
Yeah, we do it. So this is, we sent a supplementary agenda. The Cafe Awdurdod Parc, the previous lease holders had decided not to extend their lease after 5 years. You know, we've been through some changes there over the time. I think over 15 years, the cafe, we feel, is having some investment there. So what we went out with a view that the fixtures and fittings required investment over time by the new leaseholder rather than us doing it. We had a very positive response. I think 3 responded, and we had a preferred bidder, if you like, who have decided, who have experience in the field, local, have run cafes in the past. They were very keen to hit the ground running, and therefore we gave them a 1-year license in order to get started, and they're already up and running in a matter of a couple of weeks. And in order for them to justify the investment in the infrastructure and all of that, we're proposing a 15-year lease. 1.5 there. So it's basically, rather than delay the process any further, is to ask for a delegated authority for us to carry on with that. They've only been going a couple of weeks, but certainly all our due diligence and our suggests that you know, will be a good partnership for the future. The value of it is the same as we were getting now, but has been penned by the value of the market, if you like. That's what it was offered. There are break clauses every 5 years to review there. So it's just delegate that so that we can keep that process, get that process done as quickly as possible.
Rosie?
2 questions. One is the fee an annual uplift, or is it related to turnover in any way?
I think it's a 5-year review there.
Okay. So it's a fixed fee and then 5 year. And do we have, amongst the break clauses, do we only have a 5-year, or do we have a performance related break?
I think it's mostly a 5-year one, because actually part of it is to is to pass the liability and the running of it over to there. To be perfectly honest, I think, you know, obviously if there were issues of real serious concern in terms of how it would impact on reputationally and that, there are other means of dealing with that.
Within the agreement, there are negotiation clauses.
But to be honest, I think we're in the process of agreeing the clause. So actually, I can suggest that.
That would be useful. I think an assurance on that would be useful, because that's normal. Have a sort of a conciliation, as it were, a sort of an informal resolution of issues and a routine matter. And I'd love to support that. I think it's a good way forward. Congratulations for getting it in quickly, because it's not a mean feat.
I've got a couple of, I've got Simon, Gwyn and then Rachel, please.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to second that. I mean, running cafes, I remember when Awdurdod Park opened, I think the park was running itself.
Yeah.
I remember having meetings looking at offering franchises and so forth. So yeah, to justify a significant investment of that nature, they need security of tenure, and 15 years seems reasonable. So I'm happy to second the delegated approval.
Thank you. Gwyn, please.
Just a question, really. Obviously, I support what's been done, especially extending the lease to 50. But I'm just wondering, is there anything that's proposed there going to possibly compromise any ideas that come up for developing Awdurdod Park?
I did ask Gary this question, actually. You know, 15 years is a long time there, and we don't think so, to be perfectly honest. You know, obviously, you know, if you took fairly drastic decisions, they might have an impact, but we'd have to input vision for anything out of the ordinary in it, in terms of, you know, there's termination on both sides anyway. There, so
you don't need to put a special.
Well, I think we would. I think as part of agreeing any lease, we would have to have mechanisms so that we're not unduly tied to doing one thing just because we've got that mutually being fair to them as well, isn't it?
Rachel, please.
Yeah, thank you, Gwyn, for that. That was a very similar concern that I had. So whilst I understand the need to do this, it's really sensible. It mustn't sort of stymie any of our options, because 15 years is a long time. So it was the immediate report we've just commissioned, haven't we, a consultant to look at that, so you don't want to sort of limit them in any way. So it's probably worth being honest about that with them. But then definitely with our financial situation, we wouldn't want to be tied, so we do need a get out clause, I would suggest, over that period. So yes, the 15 years, but anything could happen in that time, couldn't it, for us to say that we can maintain our park for that time. I hope it doesn't happen, don't get me wrong, but we don't be tied in for an agreement that we're then stuck with some expense on. So yeah, we need a strong get out clause, I think.
Well, I'll pass that. We'll pass that on and take account of that.
Thanks, Rachel. Madeline, please, and then I'll come.
It was, again, just to build on that, one assumes that all of the applicants, and indeed the successful one, were aware of the master plan and so on. I mean, it's been in public, you know, that we're discussing this and so on. So hopefully that will be covered.
Claire, please. Was it morning? I'm not sure. I don't mind.
I was just thinking, as far as food standards is concerned, I know the county monitor food standards and inspect premises. Would we have any sort of monitoring in place?
Obviously, there's the national monitoring, which is, I think, is done by the council. I think our expectation is that they would hit the higher standards and not have a negative impact on us. I think it's. I don't know enough about the food standards set up there, you know. Put it so, if they said to a 3 or 4, I don't we'd pull the plug. But actually, I think we did have one previously, and it was made very clear to them that there was an expectation that they hit the highest standards. I'm not sure whether that was in the lease or whether that was. You need to sort of
reputation.
Yeah, reputation.
Reputation.
Thank you, Chair. I was reassured that we had some 3 bids in the mix. I just wanted to understand what the difference was in those bids. Was it quality, cost? What was the differentiator between the 3 to make the decision?
I have to be honest, I wasn't directly involved in that. All I know is that I think we can provide that information, probably not in a public forum for you, but not at a later date. I believe the ones that were successful were significantly ahead of the others, but I'd have to ask others to give you the actual reason for that.
Circulated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good.
Sorry, just to come back into the mutuality of fee. It does feel to me that if there's a standstill and only a review at 5 years, that does seem to be a big gap. We've seen how things change. You know, again, when we're responding as we do to challenge the world of our commerciality, I would recommend that somebody with the astuteness of Gary looks at that pretty hard.
I would channel my inner Gary and say his argument would be, having gone to the market, that's what the market is telling us. But, you know, you can challenge that, I accept, but then that's
Gary's.
Yeah.
Okay. No further comments, Rosie. I think you proposed.
Yes.
And Simon, I think you seconded. No further comments. I'll go to the vote. All those in favour of giving delegated authority. That is unanimous, isn't it? Yeah, that's unanimous. Thank you. That's that one then. We are moving on to report number 5324, safeguarding policy, and that's our learning and inclusion team leader, Graham Peake, who's going to provide a presentation. Thank you, Graham.
I have no presentation, more of an introduction.
Well, that's fine.
Laying down any expectations.
Good. It's getting nearer lunch.
I'm sensing that might be the vibe.
I'm hoping everybody's ready anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, I'm here to present the revised safeguarding policy for the National Park Authority to members. Really, the recommendation is that it's adopted as policy to replace the statement. Haven't really got a lot else to say other than the fact that, you know, just to note that the scope of it is that it's for members, staff, volunteers, everybody who's associated with the National Park Authority, really. Not just those people who work with children and vulnerable adults. So that's something worth pointing out. We haven't changed the format particularly. It's been reviewed by our internal safeguarding group, and we've looked at external kind of factors that might affect the policy. But essentially, we've reviewed the existing framework of the policy, and it covers really much the same areas, but takes account of kind of any updates in terms of good practice and legislation. I think that's probably.
Is it in draft? Is it circulated to us in draft a long time ago?
Well, at the last NPA, I made a presentation that I reported more generally about safeguarding and the kind of from the previous year. So I think that might have been my last report. But this is the actual statement, which wasn't already wasn't available for the last meeting. I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you. And I see Julie's got a hand up, please.
Thank you very much, Graham. I've had occasion to experience a number of issues with regard to safeguarding at another organisation. Couple of questions. Am I correct in thinking that the training mandatory is reported through to the People Services Committee that I chair, so that we can monitor how many staff are trained in the basic safeguarding, how many aren't and need to be, and how many there are that require the higher level of training? So that's my first question. Second question is, do you have a process in place for a missing child within any of our premises, Castell Henchlis, Oriel Park, etc.? Because I couldn't see anything about that. And then in another organisation, all our members, trustees, have been required to undertake online safeguarding training, which is ultimately this board is responsible. So that is something I would expect that we would be required to do, and I can't remember that we have been asked to do that in the past, Graham.
Okay, so in response to the first question around recording training, that is now something the personnel team are recording and will report on to your committee, I would imagine. So that would include the Group A safeguarding training, which is the online training. Skipping to the final question about members, it's not something that we've kind of insisted on in the past across the board, but I think it's possibly something that you know, as you say, other organisations do. It's certainly something that we can look at. There's an element that's available, so it's something we can look at. Yeah, it is available, so it would be difficult to fit that into the programme of training that members do.
I think there was a missing child somewhere, wasn't there?
Yes, I was missing child. Coming on to the missing child, because that's the one I was thinking. Oh,
she thought she had experience.
Yeah. So, in honesty, it's not within the kind of it wasn't within the kind of scope of the statement when we reviewed it. We would expect there to be reports of issues around safeguarding for children, missing children. If I'm honest, I think at a centre level, they will have kind of plans in place for reporting children and how they can respond to that. But it isn't part of our safeguarding statement as such. Although, you know, if clearly the child's missing for any period of time, it then becomes a safeguarding issue. And within the context for our safeguarding plan, I would expect people to let us know relatively quickly. But yeah, I think when it comes to lost children, it's possibly a kind of consideration about how long they've been lost, where they're lost, who, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure that's.
Sorry, Graham, I need to push back. Firstly, I'd like it recorded and picked up under People Services Committee, that I'd like to see exactly how many staff are trained at stage A, I think you referred to, and how many of those are need to be trained at the higher level. The ELMS, ELMS, yeah, I think that must be the software package that I've gone through. It was mandatory for all the trustees of this particular organisation to undertake it, and it was quite an eye-opener. I thought it would be relatively easy. There were 6 questions to answer, and it took me 3 goes, and I wasn't the only trustee. And with regard to the missing child, can I just say that you need to tighten up your practices. We had that situation. We did have to alert the police, and they were not happy that we had delayed alerting them. They have a particular process protocol that they should be alerted immediately, children and vulnerable adults. So if that happens in an area that we are responsible for, i.e. tourist centres, not so much out and about in the national park, although if we've got leaders leading a group and a child goes missing, I would hope that we have some procedures in place. But can I ask you to have a look at that again, Graham, and flag that with the necessary people? Lessons learned from another organisation mean that I'm flagging this with all the other organisations that I serve with. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we found the missing child. They were actually sitting in the middle of some water, enjoying themselves, but they were non-communicative child, so there was very vulnerable, and the parents were extremely grateful for the process that we had, but we have reviewed that and tightened up. I can share that with you if you need me to. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll include those.
Yes, I've noted that. Yeah.
Thank you. Rachel, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Graham. It's a really comprehensive policy. There's a lot of good stuff in here. I do agree with the comments made about the process for missing children or any vulnerable adults as well. I think it's worth having that in there. And early communication, so all staff know about that, not those. It's really important in that situation, isn't it? Everybody on site is aware of the procedures, the alarms and things like that, not just those with a particular group in hand. Agree with that. I'm also used to doing mandatory training. I thought it was a requirement for this. I work a lot in education, so I think there's lots of packages out there we could pick up a shelf. An online one maybe, general safeguarding. The additional point I wanted to raise was you're very balanced of the whole thing. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but the one I want to pick up on is travel, where it suggests that nobody should be really in a vehicle with just a child unaccompanied, so one-on-one, but you're allowing those caveats, and there's a few of those instances throughout. I know there are certain situations where it becomes really awkward. What do you do in a particular given situation? But I was thinking perhaps we ought to be a bit clearer with staff on that, because I think throughout there's a few of them where we are sort of allowing it, although I think reading between the lines of what you're saying, this really shouldn't be allowed, but your hand is forced in a particular situation to do something. But I'd prefer if we were a bit more hard line actually on some of those, because travelling one-to-one with a child and staff member, I think you really are putting staff potentially at risk. And normally across all the different sort of education places I've worked, you're pretty much told you don't do it. You have to have 2 members of staff in that situation. So yeah, I was surprised with that one over all of the others. There was some about dressing, first aid. There were some others where you touch on the same balance. The first aid one, I kind of come down with you. I get it. But the travel one, it tends to be non-negotiable usually in education settings, especially taking somebody in your own car. So I'd be interested in your view, Graham, and how you come down that way. But that was the one that surprised me of them all.
Thank you, Rachel.
Well, only I agree. We need to be black and white in these situations. I know that particular kind of area of policy was kind of influenced to an extent by the fact that we have placement students out with rangers sometimes, and that
right.
Slight accommodation was there to make that adjustment so that they're able to do that and provide those placement opportunities. Now, our ranges, as with other team members, are kind of DBS checked and go through all the processes. So that was there specifically for that instance, to allow that opportunity for young people to be placements. Now, on balance, maybe we do need to be rigorous in that context, but that's why it's there. So that's my response.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so whether you say in all exception, we don't want staff to do this, but there's one, perhaps they're on 2-week placements, you have a particular agreement with a parent or something, but it's the safeguarding 2 ways, isn't it? And we need to safeguard staff as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sarah, please.
Thank you, Graham. I know it's a very difficult role and varying levels of complexity, but I wanted really to support my colleagues in that we need to be very clear on our boundaries when it comes to these things, that we support our staff. And I heard my other colleagues mentioning about vulnerable adults. I think that's also extremely important, that we are aware that there are many children and adults who are classified as vulnerable for various reasons. We want to do everything we can to let carers and parents know that we are being very responsible when their vulnerable people are with us. And again, with the case of a missing person, that it is straight to the police. It really is. That's absolutely best practice. So I just wanted to support you, Graham, in feeling confident in bringing these policies forward, because it's about protecting everybody and ensuring the safety of everybody when they're accessing our facilities. And it's not just about making sure people are safe, but being seen to be actively doing that, and to reassure carers that in fact everything that is reasonable to do is being done, so that people can access our wonderful environments that are, by their nature, have a level of risk attached to them. So we can only do our best, and our best is to have very clear boundaries.
Thank you. Thank you. Julie, do you want to come back again?
Yes, I feel, Chair, that we cannot approve this policy today. It raises huge concerns with me, and clearly Rachel and Sarah share those. I think we need to look in more detail about the missing child, those in cars, and also in terms of training for members. So I strongly urge that this shouldn't be approved today, that some further work should be undertaken. Thank you ever so much, Graham. I know you've worked hard on this already, but as Sarah said, there's examples of good practice out there, and we need to be absolutely spot on this. So I'll leave it there, and I can all, I'm sure many of us can share other policies with you, but I can't approve this today. Sorry, Chair.
No, that's fine. Thank you for your honesty.
Can I just ask the questions on the implications of not approving it today? So, for example, does it leave us with an old policy that is even less robust, and what we should be saying is approve this one and bring an amendment to the next one? That's my question.
Yeah, we have a policy and we update everything periodically and bring it here. It's the missing children. I've just emailed the centre manager to get their copies. Actually, if they come back, I'll share it. But a few of them are away. I don't know. It's what you expect in different places. I don't diminish the importance of missing children, and Julie's raised it previously, and I forwarded it to the relevant people there. I would have expected our protocol on missing children to be within operational procedures for the centres or the relevant area, as opposed to in a policy. There's no problem in putting it in a policy, but you can think of a whole host of instances of which you need a response that would be within the operational policy, of which it wouldn't necessarily be in a safeguarding policy. That's not to say we don't take it seriously and all of that. So, if we can include anything in the policy, it's out there, our policies, and if you wish to include that in a policy, I suppose it raises a question, what aren't you equivalents then there? And I'd rather not have a policy that's 50 pages and lots of examples. I don't think we would be, to be perfectly honest. So happy to take your guidance, but you know, we're going through a review process. We do have our policy there, and I'm more than happy for you to agree as members to participate in training, but we need everybody to do it then.
Yes, yes. Thank you. I'm
Julie,
going
we'll
to
take it back.
Maureen, and then was it you raising your hand?
Yeah.
Tim, and then back to Julie. Maureen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, you know, you're talking about the child being alone in a car, or a young person, or some adult. But could you, you know, when you're re-looking at the policies, could you include being in any confined space with a young person or a vulnerable adult? Because I'm thinking back to education. I mean, teachers wouldn't go into a classroom if the door was closed, if it was just one child. You know, I know you can get really paranoid and not trust people, and it gets ridiculous, I think. But if you are accused of something, it's really hard to prove that nothing happened.
That is very much that protecting yourself against allegations thing is quite strong, I think, in there. And yes, it's not just about cars, it's about anywhere really where you're out of sight of other people, either a young person or vulnerable adult. And that is part of the training that our teams have as well. But yeah, I take your point. Yeah,
it's so easy to overlook, but if there's an accusation made, it's very, very bad.
Okay, I'm going to go to Tim, Julie, and then.
Can I just ask? There's a lot of emphasis on vulnerable adults. Surely these vulnerable adults would be visiting our sites, so it would be down to the operational things of something going wrong while they're on our sites, because the majority of vulnerable adults this day and age have got carers with them. So surely it's more of the operational thing than the safeguarding of. That's the way I look at it. And then the other, what was the other thing I was thinking of? No, it was going to my mind there. But so counsellors and stuff, we do safeguarding. We all do safeguarding. And you know, it's spammed down our throats all the time, and we all keep up to date with that. So can you not share that information between PCC and Pembrokeshire Coast National Park, or do we have to do another one? You know, it's just more
about how we should join forces with training.
So those are just my comments on that.
Yeah, no, I think I'm going to go back to Julie, and then I'll go to Ange.
Thank you. On that last point, yes, if PCC members have done the training and they've got their certificate from the online training, that should be sufficient. But and also those of us on Welsh Government, I have the certificate, that should be sufficient. But we need to ensure that as many of our members have that. With regard to Tegwyn's response on the missing child, sorry Tegwyn, it doesn't tick that box for me in terms of you're confident that, or you think that we've got an operational process for missing child. When this happened at the organisation I serve with, I immediately alerted Arvon, who was the health and safety manager at the time, asked him for the policy. He never came back to me, and I did escalate and raise it higher. So I think officers need to check that that is in place, and that it does bear scrutiny and it is best practice, as Sarah said, in alerting the police right at the beginning, not just initiating a search and then thinking 2 hours later, oh, perhaps we ought to tell the police. That isn't acceptable to the police, and they will issue a warning if that's not complied with. So from that point of view, I still don't feel that we can sign this off today. Clearly we have a policy already in existence which has served us up until now. I think if Graham and other officers can turn this around pretty quickly, we can take this at another NPA, or you could delegate responsibility to another committee, but I'll leave that to you to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I'm going to go to Angie, please.
Good. Sorry.
safeguarding is massive. And I don't disagree with a lot of things that have been said. I think things are getting a bit crossed over. When you talk about a missing child, I don't understand in what context. Is that somebody just a child walking into a park event or something in the parks that's with a parent or a carer or with an organisation and a child goes missing? Or is it just some random child going missing? You don't have to answer that. This is just food for thought. If my child comes to me to a park, to something in the park, that the child is my responsibility as a parent. If my child goes missing, I'm going to go to whoever's in charge and say my child is missing and ask for help. Now, if you're saying a safeguarding that you want to be local parentis, that's different again. So that what you're saying is every child that comes into anything with national parks is you're now the parents. So you're taking the responsibility away from whoever's there. And this is where you need to be careful. If you're having local parentis, that's fine. I have local parentis in my other job, my youth project. So that means that I've done my criminal record check, the 99 check, which means just because you've got a criminal record check doesn't mean that you know about safeguarding. So what it means for me in my instance is that I understand what vulnerable is. And until we understand what vulnerable is, you won't get it right, because everybody's got their own idea of what a vulnerable person, adult or child is. Excuse me. So if we're going to do any kind of training, I would do on what's vulnerable. And then you could start with getting a policy together for safeguarding in instances of when something might happen. As for travelling, I don't understand why a child would be travelling with a member of staff. Or somebody very vulnerable without the carer or parent or organisation who's taking care of them. I don't understand why they would be travelling with staff, but it does happen. So with my safeguarding training and knowing about vulnerable and having local parentis, I can put a child in my car and take them anywhere. Because I'm protected to the highest level, but I know the signs of something that might go awry. And if I put something in place to cover that, like take my colleague with me in the car to take the person to hospital, if I feel that needs to be, all this training helps with making those kind of decisions. I don't hear of accusations very often. I only hear of them in the news. I've not heard them at local, and I've been working with young people for over 40 years. And I don't know of any within my peer group and within my work cohort of peers. I just think if you want a policy on safeguarding for missing children, I don't know what's triggered that to have this debate. Because I just think it's all got crossed over. It's all got crossed over, and I think that needs to be worked on to be very specific what you mean in the safeguarding points in the policy that you produce. You can't take the responsibility away from the parent unless you're prepared to be the local parentis.
I'm just going to bring in Tegra.
Yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong, Julie, but my understanding is that what we're talking here is children visiting our sites.
Yeah.
So basically, care of Castlebashes, although conceivably it could be events that we've held that are outside that, where we're responsible. Certainly, I don't think we're talking about local parentis or anything of that nature. I think the difference of opinion between Julie and myself was basically whether this is something in the safeguarding policy or whether this is on operational procedures. I'm more than happy that we need to illustrate to you that we have them there. And to be honest, more than happy to delay approval of the policy. I still wouldn't argue it should be in the policy. I'm fine. Your role is to seek assurance. It's a valid question to have assurance.
Graham?
Only to say, before I move from Tegra was saying that if we put it in the policy, and I can see that, you know, there could arguably be a place for it, that has to be aligned with something at an operational level, because the policy just creates a framework. So really what needs to be there is part of a risk assessment, part of an operational kind of safety assessment at a site-based level. So for as much as it's going to be in here, that's only one level, and it does need that response. So we'll see what the sense.
Just to say, I agree with Tegra and Graham. It doesn't need to be detailed in the policy. We just need a reference in the policy to the effect that we do have a process protocol for a missing child, which is operational and which exists within those areas that we own, are responsible for events, and just a paragraph on that. But we as members need to know that process and protocol exists. Thanks.
Julie, Vanessa?
I was just going to say, on the, as you say, the missing children, as you say, I've worked in an organisation where, as you say, you've got to have, and there's two sides to it. So sometimes, and it's not just the managers, as you say, at the park that are working, you've got to have a process so that your staff know what they need to do with. So it's either going to be a missing child because the parents have lost the child. So you might have the parents come into you, and you've got to have a process as to what your response is going to be to look for that child, or the other way around, whereas what they do if they found a lost child. And you have to be quite careful on that, because you might be the only person with that child at the time. But as you say, it is an operational process, but everyone at the site needs to know what that process is.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, I think just looking at the paper, I think we've on page 11, paragraph 7.1, and got a section working safely and ensuring that all activities involving children, young and vulnerable adults fit to the appropriate risk assessment, which aims to manage risk of all kinds. Risk assessment will be in line with current authority guidance and health and safety policy, and will be carried out by people with a good understanding of safeguarding issues appropriate to the activity and/or setting. We could add in a reference there, perhaps, about that risk assessment needing to include, missing children. But I think it would be a risk assessment for each of the centres about how they would deal with that one.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Chris? I'd like to try and wrap this up reasonably quickly as to what you want me to do.
Thank you. It's we've been doing the New Year's Day swim for many years on New Year's Day, and we probably attract 10,000 people to the event. So we have a policy in place for a missing child. All our volunteers are all educated on the area, the zone that's clear. It's an area where there's a large pink flag that's on the day, but it's a sterile area that no one's allowed to go into, and we liaise with the police and all organisations. For the previous couple of years we haven't had any issues, but last year we did have a missing child, and within about 5 or 6 minutes the parents were located with the children, and it does work quickly, and it just goes to show that if you put planning in, and with all the volunteers and all the organisations, it can work really quickly.
Thank you for that. I'm quite I don't know about anybody else, but I'm quite liking the idea of what Sarah said about the sites, including that. I mean, would you be happy for that to approve this and include that?
Yes.
Or do you want this to come back?
No, definitely not. Sorry.
Just ask the question first. What people would like, whether they don't want to approve it, and it come back to MPA at the next possible opportunity. So I'm going to suggest that we vote authority to delegate it to you to include on that 7.1 Sarah's suggestion. So I'm actually happy to propose that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. So I'm going to go to that. Rachel, did you want to do something, say something else before we go to that vote?
It might be sensible, Di. Yeah, I put 2 things in the chat which you might not be able to see, but reflecting on the discussion, there's a few more men. So I think paragraph 3 in there on the scope of the policy would benefit from a bit more, which I think would help Angie's really excellent points about what are we talking about, what's in scope of this policy, and what do we do scope from this. So what are we actually talking about, or even section it. So we've already got a scope paragraph that could do with a look at. And also the paragraph on missing persons, I would say we've gone down the children route, but actually missing persons, and just say what we are and aren't, you know, doing in terms of this particular policy, going back to the scope and referencing, you know, linking, putting hyperlinks into the right procedures, policies and guidance. So that's the additional 2 amends I put, as well as the one that Sarah had mentioned. And then just a final one from me, which is my overall concern about delegating it, but as long as that is in, you know, reassured, then I'm fine. There's something throughout there. There's one in the first aid section, there's one on the travel section, there's a few where they're balanced views. We're not really coming down a hard line of when we wouldn't or wouldn't allow somebody safe to travel, be in a confined space, give first aid one-to-one and accompanied. There's a few in there of those instances which I would prefer if we actually give something a bit more specific in the policy, or again you could refer to a procedures document if it varies. But those are the few that I mentioned right at the beginning I'm a bit nervous of.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to change my mind then. I'm going to suggest, if you don't mind, those members that have got some suggestions to put them forward, and make sure you're satisfied with those, and then it comes back to MPA next time. That's what I'm suggesting. So I'm going to vote on that. I'm proposing that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. All those in favour? Okay.
Well done, Di. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah, can I ask for comments by the end of the year then?
Yes.
Yeah,
Which year?
Be tracked in, because that will help.
Yes.
Even better. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Grace.
you.
Thank you. Right.
Do we have lunch?
Now, I'm mindful of the time. I was hoping we might finish, but I'm struggling. So I think we probably ought to break. So it's 10 to 2 now, isn't it? So do we want to start again? Well, we've got budget thing now.
2. Yeah.
Can we just can we do 2:05, quarter of an hour?
Check with the secretariat particularly.
Is that all right?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah, fine.
Yes, so if we've got a quarter of an hour, I think, because I'm mindful of budget seminar and we've still got a few items left to do. So it's 10 to 2 now. We will see you all at 2:05. Thank you very much. Sorry to rush you.
I was concerned about that last.
I'll do this in Welsh just to keep the web
Okay.
occupied. We're not really.
No.
I'll do the next one in Welsh.
Lovely, thank you very much. Thank you, Georgia, Caroline, for speedily getting us back on track again. Welcome back all. We are on item 5424, Awdurdod Parc stakeholder group, and the Director of Nature Recovery and Tourism is away, James Parkin. So Tegrin's going to do this for us, and I think you're going to do this in Welsh, aren't you?
Yep.
Great.
Okay. Good. Now, Ymeliad. Are we? Bob yn iawn? Greu. Fel chi'n ymwybodol, dyn ni'n neud darn o waith i ddatblygu cynllun ar gyfer fuddsoddiad yn Awdurdod Parc. Yn y gorffennol, ni wedi cael gweithdai gyda'r aelodau. Mae'n eitha anymarferol i ddod â pawb at ei gilydd, ond mwyn cael mewnbwn yr aelodau, y gofyn yw i gael dau o chi i eisteddfod bod ni'n gallu cysylltu â chi mwyn sicrhau bod safbwydiau aelodau yn cael ei ystyried. Just sicrwydd bydd unrhyw benderfyniad mawr yn dod i chi fel aelodau mewn cyfarfod yr awdurdod. Mae hwn jyst cael y mewnbwn yn rhan o'r broses. Felly, cytuno'r egwyddor a doi enw os gwelwch yn dda a cyfarfod.
Diolch, Tegrin. You can.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you, I'm Saesneg.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't know whether you have any specific members in mind, question, and whether there is a benefit in there being a balance of Welsh Government or not. But my key question is, do you have a sense of how long it's going to carry on for?
March.
It says
Until March, sorry.
4 meetings.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe.
No,
March.
No, to be honest, enthusiasm, willingness to participate, ideas there. Somebody did suggest some names to me, and I can't actually remember who they were.
Well, I have had an expression of interest from Simon.
Okay. I think he was one.
So,
I'll second him.
You're good. Okay, I'll propose him. You'll second him.
Dwi'n hapus hefyd.
You're happy too?
Yeah.
Thank you. So,
second.
Right. Do I have anybody else who would like to be considered for these two positions? No.
I would find it interesting, but I could stand by as a person who's not attending, you know.
Yeah. Reserve? Well, a reserve or?
I'm happy to sit as reserve.
Okay.
Okay. We've got.
Suppose.
Yes. Okay. So let's can we?
Are they Hogan Weir? Are they Hogan Weir?
Yeah. Okay. I'll ask them to circulate you with the information and then put the invites there unless.
Right. So do I need to vote on that?
Yes.
So you've both been proposed and seconded. All those in favour? Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Anybody against? I think it was a majority anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. That's good. That's done. On to report 5524 member travel policy, and Caroline, our Democratic Self Organiser, will be taking this item. Go to you, Caroline, please.
Thank you, Chair. So earlier this year, a request was made by a member of the authority to review the member's travel policy. It was given consideration by the People Services Committee in September of this year, and that committee asked the policy be circulated to all members for their comments. So we circulated that policy in October. I received 4 responses. Only one contains substantive comments, and most of the points raised are reflected in the revised policy. The changes to the policy are tracked and set out in the appendix to my report. As you can see, the policy hasn't been reviewed for some time, so a review was timely. It's been updated to reflect changes in ways of working since the policy was first developed, and it responds to members' requests for greater discretion in taking account of individual circumstances when travelling to approved duties. Members are asked to approve the revised policy.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Rosie.
Thank you very much to the Democratic Services Manager for making a really good job of the improvements and all the various things that everybody had suggested. I only just had a couple of questions, I think, which I did ping you, Caroline, and because I've been off power, I can't even remember whether I've had a response, or they may not even have got out. One was in section 5, the journey sharing. I would suggest avoiding putting into a policy the rates that are in use at the time. So to me, the rates should be something in the financial regs and procedures, etc. So I would just say there is a supplement to, you know, and then so likewise, I would put subsistence rates somewhere else. You know, commonly they go into a finance info rather than have them in the policy. That's my personal view. And the only thing I don't understand was section 9, the penultimate paragraph of page 5, which says, and the limits which apply when an individual member claims in arrears for overnight accommodation costs do not then apply. That pickled my brain. I couldn't handle that one. Sorry. Anna will have sorted it out for me, I'm sure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rosie.
Otherwise, I'm very happy to propose.
Thank you. Did you want some bit more substance on that one to help you understand that one, ideally?
Caroline can take me on one side if it's helpful.
Okay. Okay. Julie, please.
Thank you, Chair. I can confess. Oh, I got an echo. Not sure why. I confess it was me that raised this initially, and it did come to the People's Services Committee. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. Just like to thank Caroline very, very much for picking this up and running with it on top of everything else that she does. Excellent amendments. And also to Rosie, because it was Rosie that did the substantive track changes response, which she ran by me, and it encapsulated all of my thoughts and more besides. So Rosie has moved the recommendation. I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you, Julie. Do I have any further comments before I go to the vote? Gwyn, please.
Just very a bit pernickety. On the cover of the document, it says travel policy 2013, and that's been crossed out to 4. But 2024 even will be out of date next week. You know, so should it be from 2005 onwards?
Or should it be from when the date that it decided? I would have thought.
Even though, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
But I agree totally with what you're saying about putting the rates in the policy. They should be available. It should make to point out that rates are available.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, so all those in favour of approving the policy, please raise your hands. Unanimous? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, members, for your input on that. Report number 5624, the independent member of the Standards Committee. And I'm going to pass over to Mike Kent, our monitoring officer, please.
Yes, thank you, members. You're aware of what this is about. The Standards Committee member, Vicky Tomlinson, the independent member, her term of office came to an end in September this year. Vacancy was advertised in local press in accordance with regulations. The appointments panel sat on 2 occasions. First, with one person to interview who wasn't successful. The second panel sat on the 20th of November 2024, where there was a rebuttal interview with Mr. John Hogg, and the panel concluded that he should be offered the appointment, and the recommendation therefore is for you to endorse that recommendation.
Thank you, Mike. Rosie.
And just come back to the points I made previously, Chair, you know, about in terms of openness and transparency, and whether we have the ability to do more than then effectively endorse the recommendation of the panel. And can I just check, because picking up on something Mike said, the vacancy was advertised as it has to in the press, you say?
Yes.
It's also got on our website. Is there any other way which it's promoted?
It was advertised very fully.
Yeah. Okay.
Because after the first round,
we did get
it very full, to be honest. We talked about that really for the second. campaign, and they didn't really produce any more good candidates than the first one. I think it's just such bad that people are disillusioned and don't want to get involved.
Yes, or I don't know what push the boat out meant, but anyhow, that'd be useful for it to comment as to how we raise the profile of those public.
It's based on, it was sometimes on social media, I think.
Okay, thank you.
But also, as I knew about it, I also pushed it out to my community. So who then push it out to the local areas, so or to anybody who I thought might be interested. So it's up to us as well to promote these positions as well as we can, I think.
Certainly at the next meeting, the next standards meeting, I think if that's the right place to make that comment rather than here, I think we should be expressing a concern about the fact that we're not, it clearly isn't an area of public service and it's getting any traction. And yet actually, it's a really good place to get in some diversity because it's not a big obligation, etc. There you are.
Thank you. Tim?
Can I just ask, was that just advertised within Pembrokeshire or was that a Wales?
I presumed it was just Pembrokeshire, but...
Well, our website is not.
It's on our website.
I think social media as well.
So it could go anywhere, couldn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
It was advertised via the authority's web recruit system. So wherever the authority advertises its jobs, which is not just going to be Pembrokeshire, I think it goes out on Indeed. Things, platforms like that. It was advertised via that.
So I'm not quite sure what else we could have done, frankly.
Just to say, when it's an appointment that's particularly restrictive in terms of who can't.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're involved with the county council, I think if you're involved with community councils or a clerk there, even if you're married to one of them, you can't do it there. So there are lots of people who would engage with the authority are not eligible to be on it.
So it should be ideal ground for bringing diversity.
It would be. Let's get to them.
Yes, difficult one, isn't it? Always.
Need to give that feedback in some way, please. In our monitoring report, perhaps.
Possibly.
Thank you.
So, Tim, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, just saying some of what the monitoring officer said about people just don't want to get involved. You know, I think we had one with Pembrokeshire County Council. I approached a few people who I thought would be excellent, and yet, oh no, like, you know, and that's the sort of,
It's frustrating though for us as probably more especially for councillors and Welsh Government appointees because it's there's quite a lot of social media out there.
I know.
That's
right. And you think there would be people there.
So if you know, it would be good for those people perhaps to come on board with some of these positions.
Just to comment that having been on both of the interview panels, I think the name before us is certainly an excellent candidate and will add a lot to our committee. And perhaps in time, the committee, as you say, Rosie, it would be helpful for members, especially the independent members, to perhaps identify other mechanisms for involvement. I know that it would certainly benefit from us, I think, to have the opportunity to speak to standards committee members more so than just the committee.
Absolutely.
Perhaps just, you know, on that basis, for them to feel more involved, although their role is a very clear and an independent one, so that it's important that that's maintained as well.
Thank you. Well, I'm very happy to move the recommendation that
yes,
Mr. Hogg is recruited and appointed.
Happy to second.
Madeline is happy to second. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's everyone. Yes, that's everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. And the final agenda item you'll be pleased to hear is report number 5724, replacement finance system. We've talked about it before. Catherine Evans, our head of finance and fundraising, will take this item. Thank you, Catherine.
Hello, good afternoon all. I'll keep it short because I'm sure you've had a very long meeting.
Yes.
More meetings ado. So just we have addressed the finance software several times now over the last summer about some of the issues that we're having with it. And this addresses that the fact that we do have some fairly high risk, which is fairly high risk is that, you know, software, the current software which is developed or supported is quite out of date now as well. We've done some, about the last 3 months, we've done a lot of groundwork to look at potential replacements. We've identified one. So on the basis that I'm assuming that you've read the paper, the paper is asking your permission or to approve the acquisition of a new finance system and upgrading our current electronic point of sale software.
Thank you. Rosie.
Just a couple of points I think arise from this. The first is the immediate and the self-evident need to change the finance system and the EPOS in tandem with it. So that's kind of one. Sorry. I wasn't sure whether that was.
No, trying to figure something out now.
That was one set of decisions. And then the other one is the sort of strategic and the risk-related issue of, in a sense, how did we get into this pickle of not having enough sight to finding ourselves doing something relatively precipitately without a longer lead time for consideration. I'm not asking for an answer to that, but I think it's a lesson for us all in what is clearly a kind of high exposed ICT, cyber resilience, changing systems. I can see my right honourable colleague nodding away over there. So I think we should ask ourselves that question. Having said that, I think it's a really clearly presented paper. Thank you for that. I think the conclusions on which system to choose are ever so slightly less clear to me, but you know, it's great to see that there has been good consultation with national parks. I think the work language context is unfortunate, but it is probably where we are with these systems. I just asked a question, did we consult with the work on the Centre for Digital Public Services Law? Because that sort of falls into their thing, at least awareness and perhaps advice. WLGA and or other ALBs in Wales. But the bottom line, I'm supportive of the need to invest. I'm very happy to move the recommendation. But I think from audit corporate services point, I would ask that we get a sort of a longer term look at the risk of our IT vulnerable systems or systems coming towards the end of their lease or agreements or the end of their useful lives.
Thank you. Rachel, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Rosie. Happy to pick that one up. Ask somebody to bring a paper to audit at the right moment on that one. That would be useful, wouldn't it, to get a wider picture? That's fine. I'm also happy to support this, Catherine. We need it, and hopefully that will help us. We've had a bit of a warning from audit as well, haven't we, for next time? So this will help with all of that. So that's great. So totally supportive. Just a couple of questions or points. I did wonder about sort of GDPR angle of things because it's cloud-based. I don't think payroll or anything is in this, is it? It's nothing to do with that. No, you're showing. But just in case there is anything else, once you're in the cloud, personal data, even invoices, names, addresses, there will be some stuff. So that's worth covering off perhaps. And then the other one to mention, it's sad that there aren't any commercial savvy people out there taking these opportunities to do these things bilingually or indeed multilingually. I do find it a little bit difficult to believe because if you take a global international view, there are definitely multilingual software systems out there and packages. So it is a bit, yeah, with regret. The only thing I did want to change though factually in the paper is just to be careful because the old Welsh Language Act was about the external facing services to the public, but actually the new standards are different. So the operational standards do require you to ensure that you've got systems internally that staff are using. If they're using it a lot, it actually is their right to work in Welsh. So if you haven't got the systems in it, but just to push back a bit so you are aware, that is actually a legal requirement. And that's it from me. Oh, sorry, no, the most important one of all is the impact on our bottom line. So obviously we want to spend this money, but just a bit of a feel of what that then means, because it's an ongoing commitment for us as well, isn't it, longer term? And those are my three questions, Catherine. Diolch.
Just to respond on that one, in terms of security of information, data protection and sustainability, they provided me with all those policies. IT have looked at the security strategies that they've got and protections they've got in place, and they're more than happy with end of the day, the solution that we're recommending is Sage, and obviously that's one of the biggest companies in so they just got it all covered. But IT have looked over their information security policies, and they're happy to recommend that. GDPR, I do need to do a data impact assessment, and that will go up to Sarah Burns if the obviously solution is approved today. But they have GDPR policies and sustainability policy. They've got all that in place. And in terms of identifying the exchequer, the way it's developed this year is that we started having problems with the solution. So trying to address those issues, it came to we identified the fact that the solution wasn't being, the exchequer wasn't being developed anymore, and that we would have problems with support. Even though I tried to do improve what we had by going up a couple of the last few versions they had to try to get that done. It took months, and I wasn't getting anywhere. So that was enough to say, look, constant crashes for staff, data corruption, not being supported was really getting to the point that we had to look or start looking elsewhere. So it has been, it's been going on for, certainly since Easter, but we're trying to improve it first before going to have to go out to get a new solution.
But I think it's keeping that IT trajectory because they are changing so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Julie, please.
Oh, hi, Catherine. Thank you for your excellent paper. Item G on your paper, implementation costs, has a very wide range from 17k to 43k. So I hope that you'll be keeping that down to the lower end as far as possible, appreciating that we need an extra pair of hands to help with that, which is covered in item H. You won't be surprised that I ask you this, but how confident are you that Sage will actually provide the support that you expect, given yours and my experiences elsewhere?
Yeah, well, I think we've done in Sage for years. I mean, Sage is a Western brand. It's world renowned. Sage Intact is one of their current programs that they are developing and progressing. They obviously cut down how many pieces, accounting software they've got. But this is one of the key ones that they're recommending for their not-for-profit customers. Obviously, working with Sage in the past, there's something that they do sort things out for you at the end of the day. But I can't guarantee that any software provider we choose is going to be the right one, because we can't trial, we can't demo them. They won't allow us to do that, or we're highly reliant on the demo they give us. But believe me, one of the reasons we chose a Sage Intact, one is cost. Number two, the staff felt that this was the cleanest version, but more than anything, it seemed to be able to find refinements much better than the other ones. So we have tried to address all the sort of issues we come across in the public sector in making our choice. So we, but they're all very similar and looking clean at the end of the day. So, but it's going to be a risk, whichever one we choose. We don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Very happy to support, but I know there isn't actually a recommendation, just a conclusion, unless I'm missing a page.
It is actually, Julie, on page 385.
Yeah, I've also mentioned it in 8.4.
Ah, right, okay. I found it. It was at the beginning rather than at the end. Thank you. Yeah, happy to support.
See that final recommendation.
Yeah. Next one. On the paper, we were still wavering a little bit, and we just needed clarification from Sage about the sustainability, the data protection, the information security, and confirmation that that cost that they've given us, because they are the lowest, that they were going to stick to that.
Down.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, please. Sorry, I just wanted to come back on my impact on the budget question. So is it covered? Does something else have to go, especially given it could be the higher end, couldn't it? It's an ongoing liability, yeah.
It's going to be at the it's not going to be cheap at the end of the day. I mean, no software solution, but the annual license is going to be between 15 to 16, which is cheaper than going to the 18,000 with Exchequer on the cloud with no improvement in functionality at all, and if anything, more difficult.
Yes.
I think sorry, yeah.
But in the 25-26 budget, that cost has been, has been factored in. But we're hoping that we will make better some cost savings from our IT, for example. They're in our office every day. Virtual servers, licensing, we should be able to save a little bit in that side of things as well, because it'll be cloud-based. At the moment, we're hosting it on our actual servers, and there's problems with data. We're clogging it all up with images and invoices, etc. So that's been causing an issue since I've been here.
Thank you very much. Sorry, sometimes it cuts out of the sound, so I think I'm missing some crucial bits of time. My fault. Diolch yn fawr.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hopeful, wouldn't it, that we'd be saving, you know, it might not be for a year or so, but down the line, we're hoping that everything's a little bit more efficient, people aren't so frustrated, and you'll get things done quicker. And
we've got a member of staff at the moment, she's the main data processor. She's being crashed out at least 10 times a day. It's by the time you log on,
and that's just soul destroying, isn't it? The motivation will soon lose, you lose that, don't you? Good. Any other comments? I've had a proposer by Rosie. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Vanessa. Any other comments? No, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. And I think that is the end.
Well done, Catherine.
That is the end of the meeting. Did you want to say something?
I just came back to the Standards Committee. I remember that after the first advert went in, and he used very many by quality, we then revised the wording of the advert to make it a bit more inclusive and user friendly. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to do the trick, but at least we did go down that route.
Thank you, Mike. That's really useful.
That's what I was trying to say to Guy.
Yes.
Sorry,
Thank you. Before you, I know we've got a budget seminar soon, more or less instantly. I think we're staying on the same link.
Yes.
So if you're online, please stay. If you can in the room, please stay. Thank you for all those who were able to come in today. Sorry that you couldn't join us, if those of you are online. I know for specific reasons, some. It is the last meeting in the green room, 28. Cheers.
Yes.
So it'll be.
You can have a party afterwards.
Yeah. There will be, the meetings will be online for the foreseeable future. I wish everybody a very, very happy Christmas, Nadolig Llawn, and a very peaceful, and I know that there's quite a few of you are quite poorly as well, so I hope you aren't struck down by something gruesome over Christmas. There's nothing worse. Hopefully you'll have got rid of it out over the way beforehand, but let's hope we don't have too many storms, but wishing you the very best, and spend time with your family and loved ones. So yeah, welcome to the budget meeting. Thank you.
Bye. And to you and yours.
Right, I just